Are there any other modifications to amendment number 1? Comments? Second call? And third call. Going to the board to vote on amendment number 1. And colleagues, we have 26 seconds on the board. And time has expired. We do have 13 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting, so amendment number 1 carries. And going back to the main motion of our agenda, colleagues, are there any questions or comments, addition, deletions? Second call. And third call. So I'm going to go to staff to read back a second reading of our agenda before we go to a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1, adding legislation 0084-25, legislation 0090-25, legislation 0116-25, and legislation 0135-25 to a consent agenda. That will be new item A under new business, Madam Chair.
And thank you, staff. And colleagues, 2 minutes on the board to adopt our agenda today. And colleagues, time, the 2 minutes has expired on the clock. Chairman So, how do you vote? Votes green. And that is a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Thank you, colleagues. We have adopted our Naa'bik'iyati agenda for today, and that will be emailed and also printed. And going next to number 4, review and adopt the journals. We do have one journal, June 12th, 2025, and staff did email that on June 25th, 2025 at 4:47 p.m. Motion by Chairman Ricky Nez, second by Delegate Yazzie. Sherilyn Yazzie. Colleagues, any questions on the journal today? I don't see any. We will go to the board for 2 minutes. This is voting on the journal. And we have about 45 seconds left on the clock. And thank you, colleagues. We do have a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And next is receiving reports, update report on ARPA allocations, projects, and the revenue replacement reserve funds. Presenters Sean McCabe, Controller, and also Ms. Lisa Jim, Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. And colleagues, the electronic version of the report was also emailed at 9:56 a.m. Good morning, Controller, and good morning, Ms. Jim. We will allow 20 minutes for the report.
Good morning. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Naa'bik'iyati Committee. We have 20 minutes. I'm hoping to get through everything in 20 minutes. The goal of today, Shinada, is to try and get everybody on the same page on the handling of ARPA and the RRR funds, because the Office of the Controller, along with the Fiscal Recovery FRF office, is becoming more and more aware of miscommunications to chapters and causing confusion on how monies are to be handled that remain in ARPA funds and that move to the RRR fund, the 521 that we always talk about. So the goal for today, Shinada, is two things. I want to answer any questions, make sure we all understand how this works, where the money is, and how chapters can use this money, because right now there's a lot of misunderstanding and I think miscommunication on how this money is to go out and be utilized. So today's report is in the form of a PowerPoint, and I'll go through the PowerPoint with you all. And then, of course, be here to answer any questions. And with me today is Lisa Jim, who is the head of the Fiscal Recovery Refund Office, to also supplement our report. There are also other members of the FRF office. Thank you for being here. And Ms. Christine Chavez is also here from my office to help supplement any compliance-related or reporting-related questions that might come up during today's meeting. So with that, Shinada, I will turn your attention to the PowerPoint that was prepared. I think, again, it was sent out electronically, and I do believe maybe copies are being generated for you. On the very first slide, what I think is important that we understand is where the money, how it came in, what we've done with it so far as ARPA, and again, how it moves around. We have essentially five remaining stakeholders left in ARPA. So we'll start with the ARPA money. Right now, the 5 remaining stakeholders in ARPA boils down to A, the Navajo people, B, Navajo leadership within the council and the president's office, C, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, and D, the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, and then our contracted professionals. That's basically, and within the Navajo Nation leadership, of course, are all the divisions. That includes the Division of Water Resources, the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller, the FRF office, of course, the President's office. That's basically the group of people remaining that are going to get us to the finish line on ARPA. Let me preface this entire presentation by saying, Shinada, we have, as of 4 days from now, we have exactly 18 months left to spend this ARPA money. And so it is crucial that we communicate well between all the stakeholders that I just identified, and make sure that the message that gets out to the beneficiaries of this money is consistent and clear. And that's what we're here today to do, is try and make that consistent and clear. So the next slide just kind of gives you an idea of what you all have done, and all of the legislations that started about this time last year and ran through the end of December 31, 2024, is we narrowed down all remaining projects to basically about 8 projects left. So it's important that we understand that there's about 8 projects left to be administered with the ARPA funds. The first one is the housing money, and that was split up into an allocation of 3 different pots. There's the CHID money, there's the Veterans Administration housing money, and then there's the Navajo Hopi Land Commission allocation. All of that money was allocated and obligated on the federal level to accomplish affordable housing in the face of the pandemic. The next project that basically we have left is any Navajo Tribal Utility Authority NTUA water projects. We allocated a fairly large sum of money to address clean water and other COVID-related water projects through a subrecipient agreement to our Enterprise Navajo NTUA. Then there was an allocation left over to the Department of Water Resources projects, which continued projects on water-related and other COVID-related issues, or clean water and other wastewater issues related to COVID. Then there was a pretty big allocation to the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority for the administration of bathroom additions and renovations. We still have an outstanding E911 project, which I understand is going fairly well, and that's another allocation that remains to be finished with the remaining ARPA funds. There was a remaining amount that remained in ARPA for delegate region plans, and I hope we can address and get on the same page with how to handle those today. There is also a broadband initiative outstanding that we hope to accomplish, and then of course the hardship that the council obligated on December 31, 2024 through the interagency agreement. Shinata, that is basically what we have left to do with this ARPA money between now and 18 months from now on December 31, 2026. And as I mentioned, the major stakeholders to get that done is the leadership in this council, the leadership of the president and the divisions, NTUA, NECA, and whatever contractors we have contracted with to build homes and other projects. Through a series of meetings over the past few weeks, the Office of the Controller has become more and more aware of potential hurdles that might slow or prevent the expenditures of these funds that I've mentioned on these projects. So we need to be very aware of what is out there and what it could mean for these projects to continue forward. The first one is there has been an ongoing legislation considering as-built right-of-way issues. We've had 3 meetings now, and I want to commend and thank the leadership of Chair Brenda Jesus at the Resource and Development Committee for calling meetings with these stakeholders, the very ones I pointed out, to discuss how this right-of-way issue might affect the funding that's left over for these water projects and housing issues. So there is a potential hurdle there, but I believe, again, through the leadership of Chair Jesus and her committee, we're starting to move to resolve those issues and hopefully break down any remaining barriers as a result of this right-of-way issue to continue to move these projects forward without any more delays. From this, I think there's been a lot of discussion, not only with the OOC's Office of the Controller's discussions with RDC, but also at my oversight at the BNF committee under Chair Parrish, and of course with the president and his team, about what's realistic to be accomplished. What are we really going to get done? Because we're saying a lot of things, but the Office of the Controller has become more and more concerned with the reality of how this is going to actually work going forward to December 31, 2026, given certain barriers and other things that are happening and miscommunications that are occurring today. And the last potential barrier or hurdle that I think the Navajo leadership, including this body, the president, the divisions, and myself, and all the other stakeholders, is capacity issues. One of the topics that have come up is, in order to get this done, do we have capacity remaining in the stakeholders that are responsible for this money? And that's becoming an increasing concern. So I can answer questions about that going forward. There is a slide, mine's out of order, but so if we could go back to the maybe 2 or 3 slides, whoever's, one more. So this is designed to show everybody what we've done with ARPA so far and what has happened over the course of 3 years. We got this money in the summer of 2021, and we're in year 4. So in the summer of 2021, all these amounts are in millions. So we got $2,079 million as an allocation from the federal government to administer in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So far to date, the main things that have occurred is we have given a hardship to our people that cost the Navajo Nation $550 million. We have also done a business hardship where we gave assistance to small businesses, Navajo-owned businesses, to the tune of around $23 million. We've identified $521 million as an eligible cost to reimburse the general fund under government services of $521 million. That has now become the so-called RRR fund. And I'll go through that here in a second. And then we've basically prepaid about $150 million to NTUA to administer those water projects. What's left is right around $835 million. That is basically what's left for the Navajo Nation to administer in 18 months. If we're being realistic, and this is why I emphasize realistic goals, we have reported to the Treasury on a quarterly basis our spend rates. If we are to get $835 million spent in 18 months, we have to spend at a clip of around $25 to $30 million a month. And we're currently spending $2 or $3 million a quarter. So this is an issue that we all have to be aware of and we all have to communicate about, because we're starting to really run out of time with the remaining ARPA money. And this is why I emphasize realistic goals with what's left. Yeah, we can move on to past that. Yeah, I'm sorry, mine are out of order, but right here. So with that, Shinatan, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions on that, and I got 7 minutes left, but here, there's been a lot of questions, I know, by incoming chapter management leadership. How do we move our ARPA projects around? And so I've met now 2 or 3 times with the FRF office. I've even kind of run this by DOJ, talked with people in my office. What the council has given the Office of the Controller the ability to do is take requests to move money around within ARPA obligations. And the flexibility given to the Office of the Controller is the Controller can move money around and move expenditure money, amend expenditure plans without having to come back to oversight, as long as the Office of the Controller determines whatever movement of money is ARPA eligible per the Treasury. That's all the authority the Controller has. And that was in an effort to try and cut down the need to have to go back through oversight and back to the council to amend an expenditure plan. That was done to expedite the movement of money for ARPA eligible reasons. So in this next slide, we kind of give you a step-by-step what needs to be done. And it's important, and I'm talking directly to obviously the Natani of this council, but the divisions at the Office of the President, because this is not being clearly communicated to our chapters. I know this is not being communicated. That's why we're here today. It starts with a request to the FRF office, and we've attached a form at the back as an exhibit for the delegates to fill out, or the stakeholders like NTUA or NECA to simply one page tell us, here's where the money is, here's where we want to move it, here's what it was being used for, here's how we want to use it now. So that's step 1 under requester. Right next to that is OOC will receive that form through the FRF office. We'll do one simple determination. This is ARPA eligible or it's not. If it's not, we'll stop it right there, say you can't move it, figure something else to do with that money. If we determine as a joint effort between these 2 offices, yes, this is an eligible movement of money under Treasury guidelines. We will forward that to the Department of Justice. And the Department of Justice then, in turn, will come up with their procedures to make any contract considerations, modifications, terminations, whatever, to accomplish whatever request has been made. If DOJ determines that there is a contract modification or something that has to happen, that will then be forwarded to the 164 process at OPVP. The president then, through his Title II authorities, will sign any new contracts that need to be done under ARPA eligible requirement, Treasury guidelines. It'll come back to OOC, and Christine Chavez of my team will then start administering a budget request change form with OMB so that the money can move to where the request is asking the money to be moved to. After that, OMB will set that up in FMIS, and we will have the money ready for expenditure. This process really should take no more than a week, at the most, if we do it right. So we've tried to make the request form, which is at the back of your packets, as simple as possible. Just tell us where the money is now, what business unit, tell us the amount you want to use, and then tell us where you want to move it. And then tell us the purpose. Some of the requests we've gotten in already, I can tell, are very simple. We don't want to spend it on housing now, we want to do bathroom additions. Those are two eligible projects. To me, move it, just tell us where you want it done, we'll get it done. If DOJ says that needs some kind of a contract consideration, they'll do that. If they say it doesn't, OOC will make the budget change and the money will be ready. So we're asking the council to communicate to your chapters. We'll do the same, but when you get asked questions, because I'm hearing from a lot of you, oh, well, the controller's got to come up with this new process, or oh, the controller's not telling us what to do. We've communicated to the divisions on quite a frequent basis. I don't know why miscommunication is getting to the chapter level. So today we want the council to understand all they have to do, you as delegates, is hear from your chapters, fill out this form, one-page form, get it to the Office of the Controller. We'll immediately turn it around as ARPA eligible and forward to DOJ for any contract modifications or whatever needs to happen. From that point on, if a modification or termination or new contract under Treasury guidelines is required, DOJ will administer that through the 164 process of the Office of the President, and through his Title II authority, he will execute the contract. Once all that's done, it'll come back to the controller. We will initiate a budget change form based on the request, and the money will be ready to spend. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, so I'll skip those for now and move on with about 2 minutes left. So the next slide is addressing the revenue replacement reserve money. I know a lot of chapters are asking, how do we move those plans around? How do we get to that money? And I've just put some bullet points together to draw your attention to some important concepts under the RRR right now. Right now, the $521 million that we allocated, and I presented on the first slide, to the RRR fund, is sitting in what we call a committed fund balance. What this means, and it's in the general fund, meaning we've reimbursed ourselves for the costs of government services that we incurred during the period of COVID-19 and the revenue loss. What this means is the 521 is in the general fund and committed by the council to create the mandatory trust fund. The trust fund has not been created yet, but that doesn't mean the money can't be spent, because in the legislation that you all passed, that while the trust fund is being created, all of the delegate region plans that we move to that RRR fund can utilize the UUFB to continue projects forward, okay? We need to be clear with that. Your chapters can use this money. Okay, sorry. Is everyone okay? Okay. So the second bullet point, and I put this in all caps for a reason. There is no new process to utilize these funds. Meaning OOC is not going to come up with some magic
Thank you, Controller. And colleagues, is there any objections to give our Controller additional 5 minutes? Okay, we'll do 5 more minutes, Controller, and then we'll open up for motion in a second, and we'll go into questions.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker and members of the committee for the extra time. There is no new process to utilize these funds. And I'm going to highlight a memo here in a second. And I actually talk about it in this third bullet point. At the back of your packet, there is a memo. And what I want to draw the council's attention to is this memo was jointly signed by the Office of the Controller, by the DCD Director, by OMB, and by FRF. Meaning we all sat down, the Office of the Controller called all those divisions into a room and said, we need to agree on one message on how to handle RRR. This memo actually went out, I think, 3 months ago. What's the date of the memo? April 18th, so it went out 2 months ago. And yet, chapters are still being told we're waiting on a process from the Office of the Controller. This memo spells out what a certified chapter needs to do and what a non-certified chapter needs to do to access the UUFB authorized for the expenditure of the delegate region plans. So once again, Shinata, I'm calling on the delegates and I'm calling on the leadership of the Office of the President and the divisions to communicate this properly to the chapters. Right now, I'm not going to point fingers at any one division, but chapters are being told something completely different on what this memo says. So we include it again for the chapter for you as delegates to read and understand, and we will communicate through my assumption is the Department of Community Development, this also down to the chapters. Here's how you use this money. This memo was actually drafted by DOJ. We reviewed it, DCD reviewed it. This is why it's confusing why DCD is giving a different message than what's in this memo. It's all spelled out on what needs to be done. So please review that. Let me know if you have any questions. We will communicate this to the chapters as well. It also should be noted, all the N accounts are open and available for spending on any chapter delegate region plans that moved over. They're ready. You just have to figure out in this memo how the chapters can get to it. We don't have to make budget request form changes. We already did that. We did that like 6 months ago, last fall, I think. So again, I'm not sure why communication to chapters is different. It's ready to spend. And I hope chapters are listening and hear the controller. It's ready to spend. Just follow the guidance that DOJ has drafted in this memo to get to the money, and we will make sure money gets out the door. Shinada, the last slide really is the goal really of the Navajo Nation Office of the Control and the FRF office is to ensure that we do not give a single dime back to the Treasury. We have got to, and in order to do that, we've identified some keys to success. We've got to communicate. And this is where the Office of the Controller and FRF is calling again upon really the leadership of under President Nygren and Vice President Rochelle Montoya, the leadership in this body to communicate with the chapters, because right now, honestly, there's a lot of miscommunication and a lot of misunderstanding about where this money is and how you can spend it. We hope today was an effort to get everyone clear on exactly what we can and can't do with this money, how to do it. It's documented in memos. We now have forms that we can do with the actual ARPA money, and hopefully we can get this communication out. I also, the Office of the Controller would like to call on executing realistic goals. We need to know what really can be done with the time frame that we have left. Given the statistic that I just gave you, that in order to get this money spent by 2026, we have to spend roughly $20 to $30 million a month to realistically get this done by December 31, 2026. It's a big win for us and for the Navajo Nation if we're able to do that, but you can imagine what we have to do to make sure that that happens. I will emphasize as your controller, project management and also compliance. I will always, always stress compliance because we have situations right now that are causing concern in the way of subrecipient reporting. Some subrecipients are refusing to give us the detail we need for reporting, and we need to communicate the importance of doing that. So we don't, the only other way we're going to give money back to the federal government is if
Thank you, Controller. And colleagues, we do have the PowerPoint presentation. And I'm going to first entertain a motion and a second for this report. Motion by Chair Jesus, second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. And first in queue, we do have Chairman So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Controller Naa'ash, Mr. McCabe. I know that we have certain policies in place pertaining to the enabling legislation, which allows all the K account dollars, the monies that are in the K accounts that are labeled unspent by June 30th. So if I can remember correctly, I think there's a clause in there that talks about monies that will be reverted to the hardship at the end. And on that timeline, this 18 months corridor will shorten for like NTUA, NECA, for the housing allocation side. And what I'm getting to is that these are the dollars only in the K account. And has there been any type of communication to the entities that have funding transferred under the K account to determine what is really legitimately could be spent, so that they could begin their process to revert some of those dollars into the hardship, so that by June 30th, 2026, the hardship portion will begin to be implemented. So that's how I remember the enabling legislation. Number two, the monies that are tied up in that are already sent out or that has a contract to it, those dollars would be identified as already committed and encumbered. And those dollars would continue to move forth to be expended through after June 30th, 2026 to December 30th, 2026 to complete the projects. And so that's just, I just want to make sure that's how I remember the enabling legislation. And we're at the tail end of it. And with that, how many projects are in contracts at this time that is indicating that what the information you provided, that the enterprises, what was released to the enterprise, like as an example, NECA, those dollars pertaining to the bathroom addition funds, those are already in some sort of contract. Are those tied, since it's in the contract, it's committed, are those tied to the actual deadline? So that's just the clarity that I need there, just so that we understand on what resources are committed in the contracts. The other is that the internal funding to move around inside the RRR funding. I think that there's there's some dollars that, you know, some delegates may have the resources uncommitted, meaning that as they came over, they had a legislation tied to it, and there was a balance that was uncommitted. What is the process for that? And it's inside the triple R. And that as an example, you know, I'll use myself as I have about 400,000 left. That's in the triple R. That's uncommitted, and that process there. Do we introduce a legislation with a proposal, just treating it as a regular allocation with the final authority here at Naa'bi? And that's the way I understand that portion. Because in the enabling legislation, as the amendments happen, the final authority was given to Naa'bik'iyati committee. It used to rest with council, but Naa'bi has the final authority on all appropriations to final authority for appropriations for the American Rescue Plan Act. So those are just some of my questions there. And then I did request for a transfer internally within the K counts, and I did do a memo. At the time, I was told to do a memo, and now there's a form. At the time when I did the memo, there was no form. I'm just would the memo be suffice, or would you rather have me fill this out and resubmit? Because I already submitted those documents, and I think some of the other delegates, my colleagues, did that a request for that same thing. So that's all I'm asking. Then if you had.
All right, thank you, Chairman. So, colleagues, I recall during our last report on the FRF funding and also the ARPA funding, there was a need from this committee to do a one memo that was being addressed on how the process was going to work. So the memo that's attached, that was dated back on April 18, 2025, was a recommendation that was coming from this committee to have one process outlined from all of the executive departments that were giving guidance to the chapters. So again, colleagues, that was a direction that this committee has taken. So it's good to see that there's an application or request form now attached to that request. So then next we'll go to Delegate Shauna Entlaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Shadeja. And then also thank you to Mr. McCabe and Ms. Jim for being here this morning. Also to our listeners online, and also to my colleagues here, good morning. And then at this time, I also want to ask some questions, but I also want to just do an acknowledgement. Thank you for putting legislation 0084-25 onto the consent agenda. And I do have Ms. Tara Danette Sosi Lovato, if I could just have her stand. She's here, and she is going to be confirmed for Navajo Technical University Board of Regents. She will be representing Central Agency. So thank you, Ms. Lovato, for being here with us here in the council chambers. And di ni jono e bansis case kala hota ulka igi etson ajila adon le Arizona State University equit e benaltos iospa adon le Grand Canyon University elto equit benaltos holo ado ado le chinli de Asian elto big da halo okoshe e ba hensen. So thank you for acknowledging her. And then also, I do have a few questions, and these are ARPA related. Thank you. So, Mr. McCabe, thank you. I wanted to find out, I have not received the PowerPoint in our email, or maybe it was sent out. If you could just send us the time. But you are correct that this process was recently shared. I don't think it was 3 months ago, but it was recently shared even within the Division of Community Development. And again, that lies on the division director to share with the employees. And so in order to create that awareness and to educate our chapters, I believe that it is within the authority of the Oversight Committee to go ahead and give a directive. And since we will be reconvening for budget hearings this afternoon, the RDC, I would just want to put it on record that I will make that as a legislative concern, that this new process will have to be convened, and then also the chapters will also have to be educated. Now, Mr. McCabe, I wanted to ask, what is the balance in our UUFB? So according to what you explained here with the RRR funds, and if delegates were to get into the funds, that would require the form to be completed. So are you setting aside the 521 in the UUFB? I know that many of our colleagues here, they put out legislations, and so how are you determining those calculations? Because right now we're going through our budget hearings, we will have unmet needs. Some of these will be a one-time purchase, so, and then some will also require, you know, just thinking about some of the costs, I know they're in the millions for unmet needs. So I just want to make sure that we do have enough in our UUFB to cover the 521. In addition to that, will you be doing an internal policy for a set aside so that if we get near the mark where we should be concerned, how will you regulate that and how will that be flagged so that we do not overexpend on the UUFB? Not to say that all the chapters will go and turn in their paperwork all at once, but, you know, just to be prepared and also to have a plan in place. In addition to that, we do have some chapters that have requested assistance and guidance from delegates as well as the division in regards to their RRR. I know certain chapters, they do have housing projects, which they will be building homes on their own. And so one of the requirements that's set forth in the SRA states that they will have to comply with insurance and they will have to provide that. So whose job is that to educate the chapters? As you mentioned, they've had these SRAs since 2021 in some cases, and then some, you know, they just recently got their awards. But in there, under their SRA, it does state that they do have to have general liability, and in the case of construction, then they would also require the workers' compensation insurance as well. And so if the chapters have not paid into the premium for such projects as construction, then who will also take charge of ensuring that they get that coverage? In addition to that, in those SRAs, there's a 2% cost for audit out of the projects. And one of the issues that I have come to run into is that within the chapters, they're working with the MIP. This system is, to me, in my eyes, it should be obsolete because they nickel and dime our chapters for adding modules, for adding users. And so those costs the chapters have to incur on their own. And so in there, they don't have a line item to where they can subtract the 2% from their FRF projects to ensure that they have the audit funds. So even that has not been figured out yet. So I think that, another thing, as Shitsui mentioned, we are coming late to the game and trying to figure out how we're going to move these FRF funds. And one was just a memo. We have now a form here. So for myself, I would just say Shitsui should fill out a form so that we remain consistent, regardless if the memo was accepted. Because when I'm thinking, like, in the future, the U.S. Department of Treasury will conduct an audit. And we can't say haphazardly, we accepted this memo, and then from this, the Navajo Nation accepted this. So we're always saying that we falter at our own internal controls. And what I want to make known is that, U.S. Department of Treasury will look to see how our policies are also implemented to ensure that there is transparency on how these funds were moved around. So I think that, I would like another opinion from our legislative council just to see if we are in compliance with our own internal auditing, so that we know that we're doing things correctly. Another question that was posed to me is from a chapter again. So they do have their FRF, and this was for employment. So because their main project funds are tied up in the RRR, they want to put people on hold and just do a suspension or a layoff of their employment force, and then they want to move the FRF funds into RRR. So I know that there's no process for that, because our 521 was calculated based on revenue loss for the nation. And so I just want that confirmation to be stated on record today, so that chapters are aware of that. However, I do believe that, with this process that was outlined here on the PowerPoint, that they come to an understanding that they're able to move that to other FRF eligible projects under U.S. Department of Treasury guidelines. So those are some of the questions that I have in regards to our compliance. You did come before Navajo Nation Council, and you did mention that there would be an RFP that would be sent out to secure an outside company to ensure that we are in compliance as far as the reporting. I just want to know what the update is on that as well. And the reason is that, this will be another legislative concern as an RDC oversight member. Some of these chapters are not submitting their ARPA reports monthly. There is a backlog, and I believe we do need Ms. Jim to also work with our ASC and to ensure that all chapters are up to date in their reporting. And I know for myself that my chapter, Chinle, we're missing reports since December. That those reports were turned in just last week. And so the other question I have is, how often is that website updated with the current balances? Because I think that our chapters, again, just depending on their AA that's working within the administration, depending on the ASC that's overseeing it with the accountant, and depending on OOC, those numbers do fluctuate. So those are concerns that I have, as I am, privileged, I would say, to have just one chapter. So I follow my chapter's ARPA, and in the cases of some chapters, like our chapter, we've already been audited, and some of our ARPA money has been audited. one of the issues that does come up is the commingling of funds. And so I think that with the transition of new leadership coming in January, I don't think sufficient education has gone out to our chapter elected officials that are newly coming into their position. Some of them are now learning about ARPA. Some of them are lost when it comes to the process of how to move funds. Another component is we do have legislation in place of how we're going to use the UUFB. And so within the enabling legislation, I don't recall Navajo Nation Council waiving the process of getting out our UUFB funds. So that needs to be clear. And that's my recollection. I don't know if any of the other delegates know if we waive the UUFB process, but to my recollection, we didn't. So that would also be another issue that could possibly be challenged, and that's why I want a legislative, I want their input here as well. And then just to also mention, they do have the procurement process. That does hinder these projects, because you're saying now that even if we do a form, we're going to have to go through the executive review, the 164. And already our chapters are hitting the wall with this, because even for my chapter, in order to do any kind of procurement, they have to do the minimum of 3 quotes. They have to obtain the debarment forms. And then we have to submit all of that again, and the wait time just practically kills the project. So I think it's more than just adding a form. The whole system does need to have an extensive overhaul. And again, the time is ticking. So for myself, in CJN 2922, when I did read that, there is a date of June 30th, 2026, where the funds have to be encumbered. Now, that date is important to me because my chapter is a Title 26. We're certified, and I still have over $3 million in FRF. And I don't know if our colleagues here are familiar, but you have FRF, which is what is sitting in your account at the chapter, and those are the fiscal recovery funds. Then you have the RRR, which is sitting under the Navajo Nation general funds. So for us, we have to expend our money by June 30th, and then the project has to be fully complete by December 31st, 2026. And so the question was posed maybe about 6 months ago by a delegate here on the floor. What is the possibility of a chapter giving their own hardship to those that are registered voters within their chapter? So if I cannot move my FRF funds back into RRR, and I can't get through the procurement, and I'm still weeding through an audit, then what is my window of opportunity to do a hardship for my registered voters? And if that's a hard no, then let's say it's a hard no, because there are listeners who are out there that are hopeful that this council will give them a hardship check. And so those are some of the things that, we as delegates, we do meet with our elected officials, we host our leadership meetings, but we do see some of the flaws in the system. So thank you for the presentation here today. But again, I think we really need to look beyond the weeds of this program and really get some, proactive and progressive actions done on behalf of our communities. So with that, Shadeja, I'll turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Shauna and Claude, and also Chairman So, for those questions. So there was a lot of questions. I'm going to turn back the floor over to our controller and also FRF office.
Thank you, Speaker, and yeah, Honorable Delegate Claw for your questions, as well as Delegate So. Shannon, I'll start with you, Delegate So. So there were some overlapping questions, I think, between the two delegates. So let me provide a couple points of clarification. One, every ARPA penny has been obligated. We had to do that by December 31st, 2024. And so there's a series of contracts and SRAs and the interagency agreement that the council passed at the very end of the year fully obligated every dime of ARPA. Let me give you some clarification on where that obligation lies. So if you refer back to my slide that shows the remaining projects, there's about 8 of them. So housing was fully obligated under, I think, 7 IDIQs, meaning there's 7 vendors under 7 IDIQs that are under contract to complete every level of CHID, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and Navajo Nation Veterans Administration housing, fully obligated under those IDIQs. The NTUA money is fully obligated through an SRA to an NTUA. Same thing with NECA. So all of that money completely under contract. The E911 is also under contract. I can't remember the name of the vendor, but there is a vendor contract that has obligated that money as well. The chapter projects remaining were always obligated under some kind of an SRA or other PO or something within the system, mostly SRAs to the chapter. So those are fully obligated as well. What else is left? There was Daltex vehicles, but those were obligated and actually purchased, so those are done. The hardship was fully obligated with the interagency agreement that the council passed at the end of the year. And then there's some government admin money too that will carry us through the rest of the COVID-19 period, we hope. That was also obligated under the interagency agreement. So I want to make this clear. Every procurement under ARPA has already been done. Unless you're going to replace a contract, which we can do under certain circumstances per Treasury, we should not have to reprocure anything under ARPA because it's already under contract somewhere in the IAG and or vendor contracts. So there shouldn't be any red tape to reprocure anything because they're already under contract. Now, if a chapter has an SRA and it's obligated to the Treasury that way, there may still have to be procurement under that SRA to accomplish what you need to be done. And in that, it is the chapter and or DCD, depending whether or not the chapter is certified or not. If the chapter is certified, it's up to the chapter to follow their own procurement policy, but be in compliance with the Treasury procurement guidelines. If they're a non-certified chapter, as is explained in the memo, then it all runs through DCD and we would follow our own procurement guidelines. But that's only for the remaining chapter projects that are out there. And Delegate Claude, to you, you're the one chapter that I think obligated in everything before we even did this. A lot of the chapters, there's a lot of leftover money that actually ended up moving to the RRR. So I get your concerns on that one. Also keep in mind that the controller can only move money around for ARPA funds, not the RRR. There's nothing in legislation currently that says the RRR money, the controller can just move the expenditure plans without council oversight. So the memo that we attached explains For the triple R money, not the ARPA money, if a chapter or delegate wants to move their money around from their current expenditure plans under the triple R, they still have to go through the same process. Now, I know a lot of delegates have come to the controller and said, hey, I thought you had the ability to do that. And I've always said, no, I can only do that with the remaining ARPA money. The triple R money, I can't do that with. But legislation is being drafted to create the trust fund as well. It's one of the reasons why we called off the chapter training next week, is we wanted to make sure that was passed first, and I understand that's underway. So keep in mind, right now, chapters, non-certified and certified, can't really move money out of expenditure plans without going through the regular process of oversight, approval, and all of that. So there's no mechanism now to allow anything different. Everything's obligated, I said that. Right now, the Office of the Controller is considering all factors for the possibility of another substantial hardship program. It's one of the reasons why I bring the issues that I did in this report, because we're running into barriers that I'm starting to increasingly more think that without something, we may have to do a reallocation at some level because of the risk of not getting the money spent by December 31, 2026. And I'm just going to give this to you because in several meetings now that I've had with my oversight, with RDC, with my teammates here, is I'm saying we have 18 months, which we do. But in the case of some of these capital projects, we're starting to be told we really only have 10 months, considering seasonal factors, other construction-related factors. And so this window I keep talking about of 18 months is continually shrinking based on market factors, seasonal factors, and other things. Delegate, so you ask about communication to the stakeholders. I am calling a meeting, I hope next week, with NTUA, NECA, DCD, FRF again, and just say, you know, look, we have to figure out what's reasonable and realistic. Because you bring up another good point, Shanada, or maybe it was you, Delegate Claw. We have to always remember that the Navajo Nation was the primary recipient of that $2 billion, meaning the government gave it to us. We then sent money out to contractors and SRAs, to the chapters, to vendors, to NTUA, to NECA. So on our books and what the Treasury sees, we spent it. We obligated and spent it. We sent, per a contract, half of it up front to some vendor or to some SRA. It's off our books as spent at that point. What we're not clear on is those recipients of that upfront money, how much of that money have they spent? So one of the purposes of calling this meeting next week is to get an idea of all of the recipients of that upfront money. How much is that still available? And we're hearing varying reports of expenditure rates at that level, but I can't really accurately tell you what that is yet until I meet with the stakeholders, hopefully next week. So again, keep in mind, our books show it as out the door, but it's sitting on someone else's books, and we don't know how much that has been spent yet. So we hopefully get that clarified next week. Let's see. I can't even read my own writing. Okay, I spoke about the money to the contractors. Like I said, there are no uncommitted funds in ARPA at this point. They should be fully obligated, or they are fully obligated. I guess moving now on to delegate clause specifically. So the UUFB currently sits at $284 million. And the UUFB was never intended to be the full funding source of the delegate regions. It was meant to be a pot of money available to use once the 521 trust fund is established, the intention at the time was always to say, okay, here's what we spent of the UUFB to continue projects. We'll reimburse it once that 521 is established. So the 521 is not within the UUFB. It's a completely committed separate fund balance that's available, well, not established yet, but set aside for establishment. The 284 million in UUFB is available to continue any projects, so chapters can spend that money under the guidelines of the memo, and then we would make an accounting determination on how to put that money back to where it belonged under the newly established trust fund when that happens. So I get your concerns, but at this point, I don't think it was ever contemplated that the UUFB would be, we would eat up the entire 150 million in the UUFB. It was supposed to be available to continue things while we establish this other trust fund. So we will monitor that. You ask about monitoring, but at this point, again, it was really meant to be a temporary availability of funds to continue projects so that while we establish this fund, these projects didn't stop. That probably was accomplished with varying degrees of success. You ask about education to the chapters, Shinata, and I agree. My understanding is any communication between the chapters and the government runs through the Division of Community Development. The Office of the Controller is always available if we need to help, but I think the primary responsibility for communication to the chapters is through DCD. You ask about the 2% for audit. Again, that's all communication that should be rolling through DCD. You mentioned MIP being obsolete. I agree with you on that. I've already kind of initiated conversations with my oversight committee in an effort to pull the chapters into our new accounting system. I think it would be a lot easier for chapters to deal with our new accounting system, at least on a requisition level, so that they don't have to continue this WIN system to MIP, then back to FMIS, then back to WIN. If we just include them, the ability to have a module on our system, that could just run directly to the Office of the Controller. So we're trying to bridge that gap as well through the new technology that we're purchasing. Shinata, as far as the obligation and the RRR and your employment question, I think I'd probably have to talk to you a little bit more about that one, because if the chapter is thinking of laying people off because they can't use the RRR, we did present the memo on how to do it, but I could meet one-on-one with you to try and prevent chapter layoffs if we can. You talk about compliance and RFPing with outside companies. Shinata, you're right. Your chapter, while obligated on our side through an SRA, they would have to still follow compliance with procurement. Chinle being a certified chapter, they could follow their own procurement, but they would have to make sure that at a minimum they're addressing federal requirements under procurement, the CFR procurement regulations. You mentioned the FRF website. I'll actually leave that for Lisa to explain here in a minute. And I'll answer maybe the rest of them before I turn it over to her. Keep in mind that the deadline of December 31, 2026 only applies to ARPA money. The RRR funds are actually our money now. There's no real deadlines on that. So the chapters don't have to rush to spend the RRR, but any chapters that do have ARPA remaining funds, that still is under Treasury guidance and Treasury compliance, meaning it has to be done by December 31, 2026. I agree that maybe we need some OLC clarification, but I can tell you the automatic reversion to hardship happened on October 1st, and that's how we established that 5.8 million. That 5.8 million represented all unobligated ARPA funds as of that date. So it automatically reverted to hardship. The council formally obligated that under the IAG that was passed in late December of 2024. So again, all ARPA dollars on our side are fully obligated. And I don't believe there's another reversion in the future, but I would, I guess, ask for OLC or someone to clarify that as well. Let's see. You asked about the ability to do a hardship within your chapter. So what I can comment on right now is because of the way we fully obligated the funds on December 31, 2024, and I should probably provide clarification to the council on that as well. The Treasury compliance guidelines said all recipients of ARPA money, including the Navajo Nation, had to fully obligate all ARPA funds by December 31, 2024. If we failed to do that, we had to give the remaining money back. We obligated everything. The way we did that and the way we had to report to Treasury in the portal was we had to get the numbers right based on the legislation to get the portal right. So the portal is now correct. And I'm telling you this because we cannot now retake obligations from like chapter projects and move it to the RRR because it's already been obligated. What we can do is, for flexibility reasons, and this is why you've given the authority to the Office of the Controller to move money around without expenditure plan oversight, is we can move money between already obligated projects within certain guidelines. So the answer about can your chapter take whatever's remaining in ARPA, move it to the RRR, I don't believe that can be done. But your chapter, if they have money remaining, they can submit the form that we talked about and say, we want to move it from here to another ARPA eligible project. And then we can make the determination as to whether that's possible through ARPA eligibility requirements. As far as your question about hardship within a chapter, honestly, I don't think we've even thought about this yet. I think we've thought about an overall hardship reversion potentially, but I'd have to probably talk to DOJ and others to see if that's even possible, if we could, because hardship obviously is an eligible use, but I wouldn't really know at this point if a chapter, say, had $50,000 left over of ARPA, just send out a check to your chapter members. I don't really know how that would work. So let me try and figure that out. Should I get back to you on that one? I said the UUFB right now is at 284 million. Also, I know you bringing up budget concerns about unmet needs. Always keep in mind too that the unmet needs at this point, there's still money available between the base planning amount and the controller's revenue projection to fund unmet needs. So we really shouldn't have to tap into the historical UUFB for unmet needs in this budget. But we'll monitor that, as you mentioned, and make sure that we're not dwindling down the UUFB. You should also be aware that when we report UUFB, it's already net of certain requirements, including a mandatory minimum fund balance requirement. So there's already a mechanism in place that we don't go below a certain amount. I believe those, if I missed anything, Delegate So or Delegate Call, please let me know. The website, why don't you comment on that?
Yacht A, Shay Lisa Jim and Shia say, Sitna Angeline Sloan, Totally Buses Ching, my day skis, that's Shay, Sitna Jane, that's Chanella. Shay, Executive Director for the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. Thank you, everyone. I'm Lisa Jim. I'm the Executive Director for the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. Thank you here for the Naa'bik'iyati committee, all of those in the gallery and all those you listening online. Okay, the question was our website, the FRF website. You were asking about current balances. We are currently working on that. We are currently working with the consultant to maybe just redo the whole website so it's updated more often. Right now, we update it at the end of the month when the controller updates FMIS, that's when we update it. So it's like monthly updating on our website. And if you have any questions on any one of those items, any of your chapter projects or anything that we have on there, please feel free to contact me. There's other delegates who have shot me an email saying, well, this is this and this is that. So you can do that as well and just show me what you have and what you're looking at exactly. So we can make those corrections on the website. Thank you.
And Controller, does that complete your responses?
I just realized I did forget your question about the RFP for a compliance consultant. So we did make an effort to bid that out, but there was errors, and so we have to rebid it. But the FRF team we met on the new RFP and the scope of work, and they gave that to me yesterday, so we'll be putting that out hopefully by tomorrow.
Right, thank you, Controller. And there were several questions that were posed also for legal guidance to our legal counsel. And Ms. Espino?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, and to our Controller and Ms. Jim. And in regards to what the Controller stated about the reversions, he is correct that the hardship funds were included in that legislation that the Council approved back in December. And also, so that's answering that question there. He was correct in what he stated in regards to those funds. They were included. As well, I know that Delegate Claw had asked a question about internal auditing. I needed further information on that, and that might be something I have to look further into in order to answer that question. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Ms. Espino, I know there's a follow-up question. I'll allow Delegate Shauna Entlaw to restate her question for legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Espino, I did ask within the enabling legislation, so since we are using this form to draw or borrow against the UUFB, my question is, within that enabling legislation, did we waive the process for drawdown on UUFB? Or would that require to go through the whole UUFB process if there was no waiver in place? So I just need clarification on that. And if you need time, I'm good with waiting, but I just want to state that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Shauna Entlaw, and I did give a direction to our legal counsel to give you a written answer to that question. She would have to reference back to the legislation that was passed June of last year. And going back to who's in queue, we do have Delegate Dr. Edinez.
Yeah, Chada Aro Kuro Controller as well as Ms. Jim for the presentation and the updates. Aro my colleagues, Aro Shinkro Nihon Lonikito Ate Shida Isonol Kito Tani Honaliat Apen and Hidini Akodiriki ya the presentation. So the chapters, the triple R, now remind me, we can eliminate the contract, the memos, we can eliminate those things when that trust fund is established. Now, my concern is it's been a year since that trust fund was to be established. And not only does that hinder chapter projects, but it also includes like broadband, who has about 70 million in there. And my understanding is that the legislation is near completion, but my understanding is it's also been near completion for months now. And I don't understand why, and I don't know who the sponsors of that legislation, but getting the information and the legislation before the council, I think needs to be taken soon, because our chapters, at least for myself, when we first got this attached contract, at the time, which apparently took 10 months to provide, this here was provided to our chapters. And once it was chapters, literally the next day, I took it to our certified chapter and informed them, this is what you have to complete as a certified chapter to help withdraw your funds. Now, I understand DOJ helped create this template, but our contract has been at DOJ for weeks now. And I don't understand how you create something, but take a lot more time to review something you created. And it should be something that should have been readily completed and signed so that our chapter is able to move and commence with their projects. But then that goes back to my clarifying question is, if this trust fund, if and when it passes, then this then becomes moot. And I have a question regarding the additional attachment here regarding the expenditure plan amendment request, because this request is not included in the initial memo that you sent back in April, but it's included here. So I don't know at what point was this included. And when it came to our non-certified chapters, because I have 3 of them within my region, we persisted to work with DCD on assisting us to get their, what we were informed, their contract with DOJ to help expend those funds so that they can also draw down those dollars for their projects. Now, DCD, in my experience and in my work, it may be different for other delegates, is doing a very poor job communicating these types of instances and these types of updates to our chapters. I do my best because I meet with the agents one-on-one. I meet with the ARPA team, I meet with controller, I meet with ASC / appointed division director, but still from the DCD side, it's not moving and it's frustrating. And that's how a lot of our chapters had to revisit their resolutions to include funding that DCD informed chapters was not even the accurate information according to the CR. And that took weeks. I had a chapter who was ready to lay off employees because of that miscommunication, even though it was spelled out in the law that these are the allocations going forward. DCD took it upon themselves to give out different numbers. I don't understand that. And this is the type of instances that we're creating and having to pause. So I think, okay, maybe because there's no deadline on them, that's why it's really nobody's priority. For myself, it's still a priority. I tell our chapters, we're not putting the brakes, we're not doing anything. We're gonna keep persisting to get updates, to communicate. If you need my help, I'm happy to, bridge things together. So that's my relationship that I have with our chapters regarding this. And for others, maybe it's different. For DCD, I also didn't appreciate that they're telling chapters to prioritize of the hundreds of projects that they're given to prioritize just 2. We as council allocate funds to DCD. We pay you in the budget season, but we also by law approve and support one another when it comes to our projects. So you can't go above the law to say we're only going to focus on these 2 priority projects. Because currently, right now, specific to this report, Fort Defiance has 3, Sawmill has 5, Crystal has 8, Red Lake has 3. And I'm not choosing 2 for them to focus on. I'm choosing all of them. And I advise my chapters to do the same thing. So if you can just clarify that point, at when in this process you included that additional 1-pager, because in your initial email, it's not included in there. And just clarify that once the trust is established, if we're going to see it for summer session, I'm hoping we see it for summer session, that this eliminates a lot of what is occurring and what we're seeing here, if that also can be clarified. Thank you. And the next question I have here is, just look at my notes real quick. Okay, actually, I'll pause there for now. And thank you again for the report. Shanella, Chair Pro Tem, I yield back. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your question, Shanella. Dr. Andy Nance. Let's go ahead and go on to one more. Let's go on next. Who's in the chute now? Ready to go all the way from Torreon. Delegate George Toth. Casimiro Lake Cowboy over there. Coming out of chute number. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, Mr. Che. Shin yo ha shin chalia kitasnta. Nin larat. Anyway, ho yo hondo kut I need na hodits tatjino slahajil hola otsi danis che. Yes, che korosa ato members of Naa'bik'iyati yat epen. I'm just sitting here, my mind is going around probably twice around the world because of the system that we have in the tribal government. Lack of communication, unable to work together as a team, and a lot of issue, that's being created, new forms, new memorandum. Why can't we make it simple? Simple forms that we can start using these funds. So we're getting the blame from the chapter, Chapter that so we come back to the community development and also to other programs. We visit and we talk to them, and then you have to jump this one first. If you pass, then go to this one again. Blaming each other. Why? The money is there. Yeah, I kept telling my chapter, the money is available. How can we get to it? So my chapter region, 8 chapter, we're trying to work on a scope of work right now. So Monday, 9 o'clock, we're meeting at transportation, Navajo transportation. So we're trying to draw down some funds, offer money, and also the RRR. So we're working on it. Since nobody doesn't want to help us, so we try to do it ourselves. We've been meeting since last month. Hopefully we don't run into these roadblocks. We like to use those funds as soon as possible with no attachment. So I'm asking you, sir, Mr. McCabe, to be at our meeting. We'll give you an hour and talk to my official, my chapter administrator, explain to them how we can use this fund. Right now, visit these office people just sitting there at the computer. We ask question, all they do is give us a printout. So it's really a headache to get this money to help our community. I wish you guys, stop saying a hardship. They're going to ask us tomorrow. Hardship, that should be the last item. We need to take care of chapter, such as Head Start and also Senior Center that needs a lot of renovation. That should be our target. So when we bring this out to the community at this meeting, hardship not, I'm sure they're going to run to us and say, hardship ayata tila, hanelan han dehanile. So that should, I know, we're trying to help our community. I tam kada isko ko ideya. Shabanasni tole ko hoti no. Nebiya nahonil ko. So I would appreciate Mr. McCabe to come to our meeting Monday at 9 o'clock. We're giving the hour to explain this information. And also, when you say DOJ, I reelected. These DOJ just in the office, they need to come out to these chapters, what we deal with, and come out with this policy. You should and get the chapter official involved to make these plans instead of up here. So we make rules, and sometimes we don't have time to do the public education. So that needs to be done. The office though. So I appreciate if you can come down on Monday, the 30th. So we're trying to put all our projects together. I have 4 chapters that are certified and then 4 not certified. When I bring this out, all the official gets mad at me for saying that. So so that's what we're doing right now, since the nation's not helping us. See if we can draw down these funds ourselves and do the scope of work. So again, we're running into this problem too, and I question the official come together and start helping each other put this scope of work together, how we can utilize these funds. But the snow, like yesterday, I spent like almost 8 hours with my own chapter to work on. So this 30th meeting, see how many my chapter region, how many of the official and manager are, working on this project. No. For sure, some chapter are not cooperating. So they're fighting among themselves. They haven't come together yet. I know all the other chapters are like that. So, but again, the communication between these offices needs to be one information. The reason why I'm saying that if I'm going to move my funds around, I just have to talk to Mr. McKay, that Triple R. Now you said no, have to go through the process. That's what I'm talking about. Because the chapter wanted to move these funds to another project. But I kept telling them I have to go through the process. And here when we asked for that, and I was told, you can just walk up to Mr. McCabe. If he's walking down Walmart, he can make some change. That's what I heard. So, clarification, so Kuro na hot igiyegon, it's in a hot, when we allocate monies and community development, especially, we need some experienced people in there to work on our project. We've been losing our money from state too. E pasada honi tloko. E bananta e aja no za edeta ne. So it's terrible when you come out here. Sometimes I'm embarrassed to bring my official, my coordinator up here. All they do is refer to another office. So it shouldn't be. How do you treat your customer, you know, when you run a business? You want that customer to come back to you? You gotta honor them. So, ideya. Kurosity probably later on. Sabi hanatis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toth, and I'm gonna come back around to, the controller and Ms. Jim for, answering, Honorable Andy Inez and Honorable George Toth's, questions, so. You have the floor, Nanda, so Controller.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shinada, Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate So, and members of the committee, and obviously thank you to Dr. Andy Nez, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, and Honorable George Toth for the question. So, Dr. Nez, the 521 legislation, the Office of the Controller provided guidance to DOJ on some of the issues within the legislation to make sure that it was drafted in a manner that was allowing the leveraging of the fund to borrow money. I do know that that required outside bond counsel and complicated it a little bit, but if I'm being honest, the last time I met with DOJ on this legislation was probably 6 weeks ago. So I couldn't speak to where it sits with DOJ. I do know that I think it's pretty close to being ready. I think we're still looking for some legislative fixes on that, and maybe OLC/DOJ can comment on that. But I know my involvement in it was really advising, here's what probably should be in the legislation so that it easily accommodates the leveraging of the fund to borrow money to accomplish projects. And after that, it went to, the legal part of it. So maybe I would defer to OLC or DOJ on that one. Just to be clear again, sir, and I know, and I appreciate your question about the memo came out, but there was no form. Keep in mind, the memo is to give guidance on the RRR. The form is for the ARPA movement. And so they're actually separate. So the reason why the memo didn't come up with the form didn't come out with the memo is the memo really was just our effort to try and communicate to the delegates and the chapters, if you want to utilize the money in the UUFB, if you're certified or non-certified, here's how you do it. The form that I included was now how do you move money between the remaining ARPA money. So I agree we should have probably got the form out earlier, but we hadn't really gotten a lot of requests to move ARPA money around until recently. And so I know I did advise a lot of delegates, just send me a memo for ARPA movement and I can start the process. Since then, we've just decided, let's just do one easy single form instead of having to type out a memo. And that's what we developed and we're presenting today. Hopefully that's to make it easier. So I do agree with you, Dr. Nez, there was a little bit of inconsistency in how we put these things out, but I think we're in a place now where it should be pretty easy. And I think to date, we've only gotten about maybe 4 or 5 requests to move ARPA money around. So I agree with your comment on the different numbers that fly around between DCD and the chapters and the Office of the Controller. That's the primary reason why I want to try and get the chapters on the new system. I honestly think that there'll be a lot of chapter benefit for it with that too, meaning the new system has capabilities that will be available to the delegates even to monitor spending on any of these projects in real time. You won't have to ask the controller for a report. You'll be able to just log in and see it yourself through a Microsoft, what they call Power BI. So we're excited to get that out very, very soon and hopefully maybe implement the chapters on the same system. And again, sir, I don't want to comment on DCD, but I do believe that there seems to be a disconnect between my office and their office and this office, and it's resulting in a lot of communication issues. I just actually wrote a note to Lisa that maybe we could utilize some of these firms to bring someone in to just release press releases so the chapters are informed that what we're doing, so it doesn't necessarily have to run through a division. I mean, maybe we could even get into Niagara News and do something in there and see what happens. Delegate Toth, I will do everything I can to be at your meeting. I know I have a budget hearing that day. My budget's up, but if I can, I'll make it. And you're correct, Shinat Dad. If the chapter delegates want to move through if the chapter officials want to move ARPA money through a delegate, then yeah, you just have to talk to the controller. If you want to move it through the RRR, that's what this memo is for. So just to make sure we're all clear, the controller can move expenditure plan money in ARPA funds. We can't do that with RRR yet until this legislation is contemplated. So I'm not usually at Walmart, but you can find me at Subway a lot of times. So just come see me over there. And if you need ARPA money allocations, just come see me and I can help you figure that out. But RRR, we're still working on when that legislation will be done and how that process will work. But that being said, the chapters can still utilize the UUFB, and that's spelled out in this memo. I just can't move it around like I can the ARPA money. So just so we're all clear on that. I believe that's it. Shinano.
Thank you, Controller. And next we do have Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati, then we'll be followed by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie.
Oh, yeah, go ahead for your reports. And I do have some questions. We're just being bounced around. So our certified chapters should control their own funding instead of waiting, because they have to go through I think it's easier for them to go through their own process than them waiting on 164. And that's the reason why they're certified chapters. And the non-certified chapters, I'm getting a lot of complaining that the projects that we put the money in are going very, very, very slow. So that's the reason why they want to move their money around. So, those are some of the reality out there in the field. And how do we expect them to do reports when there's no action? So that's another thing. So when one of my chapter came to you, Ms. Jim, you told them that just wait until the 521 trust fund is established. And now we're told that we still can proceed with it. So now that chapter is just at a hold still because of what you email. So I think it's just that the chapter emails this certain people and they get all these different answers. So Otto, now that you brought this out, which is good, because I've been asking for, you two should know that they've been asking for, how to write the memo, what to say, and all that. So this should be something that they can just go by. Although, I know a lot of, I still have shortfalls in my bathroom addition and my bathroom renovation. So if you guys want to put some more money somewhere of this 835, you know, maybe we should put it into our delegate regions again. Because in my case, I still need money for bathroom addition, bathroom renovation, housing. Those are still the biggest needs. Although these housing that we provided, they still need NTUA infrastructure based on that though. So if we can just like move this, the infrastructure money quickly too, and then the people can start moving into their homes. That's what I'm really requesting for. So, because a lot of them are, I know 2 of my chapters purchased homes and they're just waiting there for the infrastructure. So I don't die a lot of, some people that were in need of home, that were really the need of the needies were not served. So that's the reason why I'm asking if we could just put some of this money back into our delegate regions for housing and infrastructure, and then into my bathroom addition and into our bathroom addition. And I don't know if it's like that across the board, but this is for my area that I'm speaking for. So yeah, I want to bring that out. And now that all my questions that you brought this up, so I'll work with this. And I think the ASC needs to be really, maybe you guys can put all them, the Western agencies together by agencies and really go through this step with them. And I mean, we're running against time, but we can do our best to train them, give the word out. But the certified chapter should just be given the money, because I know they're waiting on you guys, on the money to be transferred and all that, so they can zero out their money. Some of them, 2 chapters are halfway through zeroing out their money. So, additional. And so that's what I wanted to bring out to your attention. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Shema. Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati. And next we do have Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Thank you for lunch and also for the report and the updates. So my questions will be based on, the report you had sent us, and I know it's being brought up by all of my colleagues, but, making sure that we're requiring that this trust fund be created, and it hasn't. And so I think a lot of that has caused confusion, and I just want to know what the timeline, how much more time would we need to wait for this trust fund to be set up. The other thing is, in your presentation, I also did see the grant application, the grant agreement, and then in Appendix A, or Attachment A, you do have the terms and conditions, which I do appreciate that you're including this. And I know it was also a part of the subrecipient agreement when certified chapters were able to withdraw their ARPA funds. So my question for this would be, what accountability measures would be put in place for those that are tapping into the RR funds? Is there going to be, are you going to provide, or who will be responsible for providing this technical training to everybody? That would be my question. I know it's not as stringent as the ARPA requirements in subrecipient agreement, but I still do think there needs to be accountability in place. And whose office would that be under? Because it looks like there's Office of the Controller, there's, I don't know if FRF, Lisa Jim, you're doing that, or is it going to be the responsibility of DCD, because most of that funding is under the chapters? Who's going to take the lead up on that? I just want to make sure we have a plan of what that looks like. The other thing I want to know, it goes back to the equity question, and also this question would be for Lisa Jim in terms of, I know you brought up you have your website. On your website, are there dashboards or summary of the progress for these ARPA-funded projects? Because I know my chapters are consistently, and then also public are consistently asking me where they can find updates. And I have before sent them to your website, but if there's something that's easier to read, because I know you have to go through all this stuff to navigate, a picture that just says, here is your project. That's something that I would like to use your website to take that information and then be able to share it with my chapters and also with the constituents, especially when it comes to housing and also the CHID projects. So then I know a lot of my colleagues also brought up the RRR, and I want to know, since we're tapping into the UUFB right away, so this question again probably relates back to what Delegate Shauna Claw brought up, but for OLC, has DOJ reviewed the legality of using UUFB in this manner? Is that allowable? And then the other question is, again, going back to communication, is there, and this would be a question for also OLC, what is the recourse? What recourse do we as delegates have if chapters are reporting DCD delays and lack of communication from, the different offices? What would that look like? And then this one goes to kind of back to, the funds that have been obligated. And then you're also telling us that we have 23 million, that if we needed to, we'd have to spend about $23 million a month to make sure we're on track. How many of those funded projects are on track to meet the 2026 deadline? Do we have that number now? Has somebody crunched those numbers, met with all of those different stakeholders or those that receive the funding? Do we have that we can kind of start looking at really our contingency plan? Plan B, I think, has passed. We're now on Plan C or D. So I really want to know what that looks like. What percentage of the $835 million remaining of the ARPA funds is realistically expected to be spent by the deadline? And maybe you are in communication with those entities that have received the funding, but I don't know what that is, and I like to know what that would look like, because I think it does really help us understand what needs to happen next. So for now, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. And next we do have Chair Parrish in queue.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Well, good afternoon. It's good to be here in the council chambers. It looks like the renovations are complete, so we do appreciate the speakers, staff coordinating the ADA compliance here at the council chambers, so it does look good at the council chambers. Thank you, Speaker. This morning, I was excited to hear from the controller and from Ms. Lisa Jim on their report to the Naa'bik'iyati committee. I know that there is definitely confusion that I hear from my colleagues. So I have a few solutions to clear up some of that communication to my colleagues. If you recall, in CD 5424, that is the intergovernment agreement that the council passed and the president signed into law, where all of the FRF money was reallocated and designated and obligated so that we could report to the Treasury that we could spend the rest of the money for the next 2 years. under the directive section, in section D, it says, the Office of the Controller and the Navajo Nation FRF Office are directed to submit a revised plan of operation for the Navajo Nation FRF Office that addresses its transfer to the Office of the Controller as needed and to be submitted to the Budget and Finance Committee within 60 days. And to my colleagues here at the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, I'll let you know that I have not received that updated plan of operation. And why that's so important is because the FRF office, for the record, according to CD 5424, is under the Office of the Controller, not under the Office of the President and Vice President, or Office of the Speaker, or Office of the Chief Justice. The FRF office is under the Office of the Controller. And why that's so significant to this breakdown in communication is because we have FRF employees here. I'm grateful to see Donnell Begay, Ryan Begay, and also Mr. Wilson Stewart here. And the whole FRF team is because they do their best to work with the council delegates, to work with the chapters. And I think that there's a breakdown in management when it comes between the Division of Community Development, the Office of the Controller, and the FRF office. So this simple directive, I believe, would clear up a lot of that pathway of communication so that we can all receive proper memorandums with direction, because I from what we've seen over the past 2 weeks is that the FRF office tried to initiate some workshops without even telling the controller what the intent was. So the controller came back to Naa'bik'iyati and said, all right, let's clear this air, and then we're going to continue to move forward. So again, Controller McCabe, I hope that you continue to hire staff that will support you, assistants, or somebody that's watching these legislations. I know Mr. Rob Willie does the best that he can, but when it comes down to it, even myself, as a council delegate, I have a legislative district assistant that tries to keep me informed of everything that's going on in Kayenta chapter, Denahotso chapter, and Chilchimbito chapter. We can't be everywhere at once, and I really do commend you, Mr. McCabe, for your leadership. I do appreciate you, and I know that you're an asset for the Navajo Nation. When it comes down to this communication, we just need to make sure that we're clear, that we're concise, and that we can just move forward. There's a lot of big topics that we're talking about between the Controller's Office, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Speaker, the Council. And I know that we're in the middle of budget season. That's taking up a lot of our time. But this is important, as my colleagues here on the council have stated, is that we have deadlines to meet, that we have to make sure that our chapters, especially the certified chapters, understand the process, because you'd be surprised, certified chapters, they do know their autonomy. They do know that they are capable of taking on these projects, but a lot of them don't know that they can have subrecipient agreements with the Navajo Nation to draw down general funds, otherwise known as the UUFB, so that they can pursue their projects. This is also true for the senior center projects, anything that's allocated by the council, signed by the president. That process, as my colleagues have pointed out, that the Department of Justice has created, that falls on the leadership of the Attorney General too. The Attorney General needs to be clear in the processes outlined by the Department of Justice. The Deputy Attorney General is there to assist with that. And I know we've gone through leadership changes over the past year. Nevertheless, is that not why we're all here for the Navajo people? Is that not why we are in these positions, so that we can serve our people? I think that the chapters are frustrated because there's no communication, there's no clear, direct information, who signs what, and there's conflicting information. Nowhere in that legislation does it say the Division of Community Development has that direct communication regarding the FRF. The Division of Community Development has communication over CPMD, who receives money from the CHISN Permanent Trust Fund, from other general funds, even New Mexico capital outlay dollars, all the way to allocations from the state of Arizona, sometimes, rarely, the state of Utah, but definitely the federal government. So I just want to bring that into perspective, Controller. I do appreciate the work that you do, the leadership that you have brought that you've depicted and shown in your position. But we just need to make sure that the communication ends are tightened up so that we are not in this circumstance today where we're trying to play catch up. Instead, we're trying to lead the council forward, the Navajo Nation forward, so that we have a clear, concise direction on how we can accomplish our goals. To my colleagues, regarding the 521 legislation, I will say that the controller did his part. The Navajo Nation controller, Sean McCabe, has done his part in that drafting of the legislation, which is primarily for the financing and debt capacity for the Navajo Nation to utilize for future capital projects. The next portion of that legislation is the listing of projects and how those projects are being vetted. And yet, this is also another recommendation that the council has made to the controller by allocating him money for project management. Yet, that project management aspect at the controller's office is still yet to be built out. And the reason why that's pertinent to this legislation is because everybody knows that the CPMD Division of Community Development is overworked. So the recommendations from the council was that the controller hire outside help regarding project management so that he could assist with vetting and financing projects for the Navajo Nation. So again, this goes back to how we communicate, how we bridge that gap for plan of operation, and start to delegate some of these informations. I have no idea what Miss Lisa Jim does because she's no longer the executive director. She's under the office of the controller. So I don't know how, Mr. McCabe, you're working with Miss Lisa Jim to coordinate that management, but that management is showing to be very clear because our chapters are not getting that information coming from your office. The council, the president, after signing that legislation, gave you the authority, gave you the ability to work and to direct the FRF office to give that information to our chapters. So I just wanted to outline a few simple expectations regarding the legislation passed at the council last year and also at the president signed so that we can move forward from where we are today. But thank you, Speaker, for the time. I do appreciate my colleagues' attention.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and we'll go back to the controller. Now, there were several questions and remarks, or if you have any reflections on some of those directions that were outlined within the last ARPA legislation that the council considered. Controller?
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and again, delegates. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Naa'bik'iyati, for your questions. Honorable Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, and of course Chair Parrish for your questions and insight. To Honorable Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati, I just exchanging notes with Lisa here. I think what we're going to do is the workshop that was supposed to occur next week, that was a decision that the controller made to postpone so we could have this meeting first. But I think now it's important that we reschedule that as soon as possible. And what I'd like to do is bring, just call it kind of a summit and bring the delegates and whoever chapter officials you wish to bring, as well as members of DCD to one room and outline this entire thing so that we're all on the same page. Because the more and more I'm listening to the delegates' concerns and questions, the more and more I'm thinking to myself that we're not yet solving these communication issues, and we just need to get it down in one process as quickly as we can. The purpose of today was to try and get the council to the same place I think we are as far as how it should work, but now we have to communicate that to all of the rest of the stakeholders, meaning the chapters and ASCs and DCDs, et cetera. Dr. Andy Naz, I didn't answer one of your questions, sir. I apologize. Your question on will the 521 fund legislation eliminate a lot of the paperwork and et cetera? Honestly, I think that is the intention, to try and make sure that there's as much flexibility in the 521 as can be. And so I think those concerns can be addressed as that legislation continues to move forward. But I agree with you that the legislation that will govern the establishment of the 521 trust fund and therefore its handling and expenditure should be as flexible as possible so we don't run through what we have to now. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, thank you. I know I try and stay in constant contact with you as my oversight committee. You asked, as a member of my oversight committee, you asked about accountability and training. I think the Office of the Controller, along with FRF, will just take that upon ourselves, and we'll try and call this summit together to try and just educate everyone on how this is going to work. I think at this point we can't delay efforts anymore and rely on what has proven to be an unreliable way of communicating. So we'll just take it on ourselves to make sure that the message is correct. And we'll inform the council when we can call that, for lack of a better term, summit together to inform all of our remaining stakeholders. I know you asked Ms. Jim a question, so I'll leave that to her. You ask about the reporting. I think there's, you guys keep hearing me talk about this magical ERP, like it's going to be a magic wand and solve all our problems. And I do believe that what we're implementing now will actually address a lot of the concerns that I'm not only hearing in this meeting, but I've heard in prior Naa'bik'iyati committees, as well as council meetings, as well as oversight committee meetings, in the fact that the way we're designing it going forward is in a manner where we can track, we've designed the chart of accounts now to track expenditures by chapter, by delegate, and by agency. So what we plan on doing is utilizing our current Microsoft 365 environment to create Power BI dashboards for all the delegates so you guys can see all this stuff in real time without having to wait for a report to the Naa'bik'iyati committee from the controller. We'd still be happy to report to you all, obviously, but you'll have this access. And we could even make some of it public. Obviously we got to be careful of proprietary information, but I think one of the concerns here is where can people get updates on the expenditure of ARPA funds? And I'll let Ms. Jim talk about that, but I think there's a way with this new technology that will have that more readily available in the future. So you ask about, have we been meeting with other stakeholders? Yes, ma'am. The answer is yes. I know the FRF office has fielded meetings on several levels, but the Office of Controller in particular has also called meetings with NTUA, all the identified stakeholders on that slide, NECA, DCD, FRF, and the Office of Controller has voiced concerns about, is this really going to happen? And that's why, honestly, Shinadai, why I'm reporting today. I want the council to understand that there are still remaining hurdles to get this done by the time frame we need to get it done. And so what we're trying to do is coordinate with all of the remaining stakeholders to bring a realistically achievable plan with the remaining ARPA funds. Because, and it might not change. Maybe this is realistic, but when you ask about have we gotten an idea of the money given to vendors or SRAs and has been spent, that's actually the purpose, I think, of next week's meeting. We're going to ask them to bring that to the table, and we can get a better assessment of what we show as expended, but might still be sitting in the coffers of a vendor or an SRA. An OOC. Really, the reason why a lot of these meetings became more and more urgent is just meeting with Treasury and going over expenditure rates and just listening to some of the barriers that we know exist and how some are resolved and some aren't. And the Office of Controller, again, the number one goal is not to give a dime back to the government. So given our ever shrinking time frame, the Office of Controller took it upon themselves to start bringing the stakeholders together to start assessing the situation and come up with what what you're referring to as a contingency plan. Okay, I think I answered yours, ma'am. If I didn't, please let me know. And then Delegate Parrish, I don't know if you really asked a direct question, but I acknowledge obviously all of your comments. The coordination between FRF and OOC and the lack of the plan of operation update, I'll take responsibility for that. I do need to coordinate better with this office to make sure that happens in the very near future. And I agree with you. I think that will solve some of these issues as far as communication goes. And I just think it's going to be, because, I mean, nothing against FRF, but by law, FRF goes away in 18 months. So, you know, we need to spend the next 18 months. And I did meet with both teams yesterday, emphasizing communication and being realistic. So we'll put that down in writing and make sure we get that to our oversight, Shinat, and we'll get that done. The comments made, Chair Parrish, on how the information is flowing now and the lack of, I guess, accountability really with these ARPA funds. You know, I think the Office of Controller has communicated that the system we have is broken. It's simply broken. And I agree there's overworked departments. I agree but we've designed it in a manner that all of this vast amount of money the Navajo Nation has gets funneled through this little tiny hole and it gets stuck. And we just have a broken process. So I think a lot needs to be talked about, as you mentioned, Shinat, about amending plans of operations to open capabilities to get money flowing a lot faster. Certainly it starts with the Office of the Controller and FRF, but I do believe it needs to be assessed as well through divisions like DCD and others. I know, Chair Parrish, you talked about this yesterday in the budget hearings about the incapability of some of the divisions to assess major repairs on buildings because their plan of operation doesn't allow it. And those are simple fixes. It's really just some writing on paper. Now you can do it, but it holds up millions of dollars because we got some little tiny piece of paper that says you can't do it. And I believe those are easy fixes. So obviously, as the chair of my oversight, we'll work to get our ducks in a row and continue to work with other divisions to do so as well. I think I addressed everything, Madam Speaker. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you got it.
Thank you, Naa'bik'iyati Committee, Delegate Begay, Delegate Yazi, and Delegate Parrish. Delegate Hernandez Begay, you had a question on those transfers. I believe those transfers were part of the RRR account. They wanted to move some money around from the RRR account, and I told them right now they couldn't do it, but they could pursue what money they had there right now at this time. They can continue those projects. And I believe the chapter didn't want to pursue that project right now at this time. They wanted to move it to something else, so they were going to keep it there until they were going to do a new project. Now the shortfalls, there has been a request. I thought it was too loud, I'm sorry. There has been a request to move some money around within the sections. They want to move like some section 10 money to section 11. So that has been done, and they have sent us a memo saying that this is what they want to do. And like your bathroom additions, your shortfalls, do you want to move your housing money, but you want to keep your housing money where it is and your bathroom addition money where it is and get other, you don't want to move nothing? Okay. Okay, seeking additional. Okay, so you're seeking additional funding for that. Okay, let's see. Delegate Charlene Yazzie had a question on our website. Again, we are looking at revamping our website because right now we have, we're working with a consultant to get better information accessible on the website. 3 clicks and you'll be able to get what you want. Right now, we realize that our website may have too much information, which is hard to get to when you need something printed out, but we do try to be more accessible with our website so the information is updated and current. So we are working on that. We know that as one of the issues that we do have, and we have pointed that out. We are looking at a dashboard where you can click on a chapter, whatever chapter, and then you can click on how much ARPA money they have, if it's still under ARPA, if it's under RRR, we want that information out there for you. Right now, we just have it in just the regular format where you can download it. We just have all the paperwork on there. Right now, what we want to see is more images, more of this is where they are, this is how far they've done, and this is what they've completed. That's what we're looking at, pursuing more. There was also a question on, let's see, Delegate Parrish, she had a question on, let's see, your directive in our plan of operation. We did do a plan of operation. It's drafted, but now we're going to make some changes to it, and we have yet to give it to controller. But we did work on one. There is one out that we have drafted, and now with all the amendments coming in, we're probably going to change it again. So thank you. And oh yes, and then we have been meeting with the chapter officials. The meeting for next week at Twin Arrows that we were initiating was because we have been meeting with the chapters and the chapter officials. Now, there was a request from some of the delegates to meet with the delegate and explain to them where they're at with their chapter projects to get all this done at one time, at one place. And that was, the invitation went out to not only the 25th Navajo Nation Council, but to OOC, the staff that we work with at OOC, to DCD, the staff that we work with there, to DCD, and then to our office. And that was one of the issues. And then one of the issues we had when we meet with the chapters is that, how one of the delegates brought up is that you have certified and non-certified. We did have a meeting the beginning of the year with just the certified chapters, and the non-certified chapters felt left out. They wanted to be part of it. So a lot of non-certified chapters came to that meeting. So now we just meet with all of them all together. So we can plan the summit with all of us. We just need to look for a day to see who's available when. So we can do that here within July and get that done and see which office building is available to hold all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Controller, does that complete your responses? Okay. And also just for the reference underneath the authority that the Office of the Controller does have in communication with the chapters on the changes of plans. He did provide a PowerPoint that does say ARPA, how to amend plans, should take no more than a week. And then there's also within your handouts that the memo that was dated back in April, and then also an application form, expenditure plan amendment requests. So if we could request from this body to have those posted on your front page on your FRF website. I was just looking through it and I didn't see that process that could be easily accessible for our chapters. I know many of my chapters go to your website to see the expenditure plans, but if there's a need for trying to outreach to the chapters, I think these important processes or flow charts needs to be uploaded on your website. So if that could help, at least trying to communicate with the chapters. And going back to follow-up comments by Chair Parrish.
Oh, thank you, Speaker Curley. I just wanted to ask, I know that we saw when like a few minutes ago, so we had some, I think, summer youth employees come into the chambers, but if maybe at some time today during our agenda, or when we're done with this report, if they could introduce themselves. I know it's a joy to always see our students here in the chambers, and if they're employees of the legislative branch, that would be good to know who they are, and we do appreciate their time this summer. So that was my only comment, Speaker. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair Parrish. And Office of Legal Counsel does have some answers to some of the previous questions that were questioned by delegates. Ms. Espino?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. In response to Delegate Claw's question as well as Delegate Yazzie, in the memo that is attached to the PowerPoint that the controller did pass out, it does address, partially address the question that Delegate Claw and Yazzie raised. But I want to go ahead and elaborate a little bit. So in Section 5F of CMY 2824, Council authorized the controller to temporarily utilize the UUFB for RRR delegate region projects until the statutory trust fund was established, and then the UUFB was to be reimbursed. So the budget instruction manual contains requirements for supplemental appropriations from UUFB and other Navajo Nation funds. Although Section 5F of that resolution, CMY 2824, it did not expressly utilize the word waiver of the BIM requirements on supplemental appropriations, the Section 5F in that resolution did expressly delegate the authority, its authority, the council's authority, to the controller to approve use of the UUFB without requiring compliance with procedures for supplemental appropriations. So although it did not use the word waiver, it did delegate that authority to the controller. I hope that answers the question raised by Delegate Claw. And I know that Delegate Yazzie also asked if there was recourse that a delegate or a chapter would have if there was no response, or if there was delay or issues with communication from DCD and the FRF. I would say that your recourse would be to raise these issues with the controller. The controller does have authority over all of the funds that are at issue in regards to these projects. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Our legal counsel and colleagues, are there any other follow-up questions, recommendation for the controller's report? Second call, Chairman So.
I just want the money at 5 o'clock today. And if you could process it by the end of today, I would really, really be happy. No, this is teasing. No, I also want to just say is that, trying to find ways to look outside the box on the normal process and things like that is very, I think it helps us. And I think we just need it all buckled down, programs together, and whether the miscommunication is going on, just, wipe that away and buckle down and get these resources out. And I think that's all we need to do at this point. Instead of pointing fingers and things like that, it's easy to do that, but it's the Navajo Nation system is set up because the way it is because of past administrations' wrongdoings of expenditure of monies. And this is the reason why we have this system that's in place. And people ask, tell us why does it take too long to get money out of Winter Rock and things like that. There's a reason why. past previous officials have gone through, taken the shortcut. Some officials were prosecuted because of this. And even I wish you could just cut a check to a chapter at the end of the day. I wish, but the people mandate that we follow a certain process. We have a process in place that allows us to distribute monies out. So that's all it is. And then also on the expenditure, even though we push monies are pushed out, the expenditure, how monies are spent there when not the council spending it or the administration spending it, when the chapter is spending it. Whose eyes and ears are over there making sure that these dollars are utilized in the correct fashion, according to what the law is. Onsen. But again, we have this process, and just buckle down and let's get these monies out and expend it. And I just want to say thank you, Mr. Controller and Ms. Jim, for all you're doing and your team. People don't say thank you. It's easy to criticize and things like that, but it's there. People will criticize me, but this is what it is. We have a government that has a system that we follow. Again, just thank you very much, and continue to try to get these resources expended. And I think at this time, the expenditure process is all in your hand. The council did its work. We appropriated these dollars, and now they're in the hands of the administration to get these dollars out. We just need to move it so that Delegate Nez can, both Delegate Nez, Dr. Indy Nez, and Honorable Rick Nez can, their chapters can get their dollars out. Get their dollars out to them so that they can expend these dollars according to the expenditures that they have submitted. So, thank you very much, and thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chairman So and colleagues. Any closing remarks, Controller, on the report?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley. Just thank you, Honorable Delegate So, for your comments. I think you're right, and I know I'm working with my oversight to figure out ways to kind of break down the system that we have and put it back together so it's a little more efficient. Because the way I think of it is we got all this thirsty Navajo Nation that's trying to drink from an ocean through a straw. And we gotta at least give them a bigger straw, right? At the very least. So I think, I know I'm working with my oversight to try and break some of this stuff down and just utilize, the experience of my office to make sure we're still accountable. Like we don't want shortcuts. We don't want what's happened in the past, but we certainly don't need to overdo it and lock all the funds up as a result and get those funds moving. So I appreciate your comments, sir, and I'll continue to work with my oversight in this council to make that happen, and the President's office as well. So yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Controller. And colleagues, are there any follow-up questions, recommendations, questions on the presentation? And Controller, I do have one question. Are you still going to reconsider the leadership meeting on the ARPA, just the internal deadlines on what you're planning for any reversion or reallocation that needs to happen? So I think that will be important to note once we go through the budget process. I know the calendar extends all the way into early August. So if you could just communicate that with the council, and then we'll look to that date. So I don't know if you have any already have an open date in mind on when that meeting will take place.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I will get, I really kind of want to meet with the stakeholders I mentioned earlier next week to get a better idea of some of these funds that are out there that where they may still be unspent. And then I will be trying to get a meeting to talk about, I think what was mentioned as a contingency plan if we need it.
Thank you, Controller, and then we'll also look forward to the draft of your plans of operation between your office and FRF. And colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue or any recommendations. So thank you again, Controller, for your time, and colleagues will go to a vote or to accept the report. So we'll put 2 minutes on the clock, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues, and we do have Delegate George Tolf. I thought he was just here earlier. So we do have a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Delegate Tolf votes green. That does change the vote to 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So again, thank you, Controller, and also Ms. Lisa Jim, for your time this morning. And colleagues, while we're preparing, staff is preparing for the next legislation, there was a request from the floor to introduce our 3 interns within the Office of Legal Counsel. So we'll give them some time just to introduce themselves before we go on to our agenda.
Sorry.
Hello, yat ish e toda cheat in the shle, dona kaitlish any bushes cheat, ma idishkis ni dasha che, dona kaitlish any dashanelle, Clea Clytus in the Good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. My name's Clea Clytus. I'm one of the interns here at OLC. I recently just graduated high school in May. I'm attending ASU in the fall. Majoring in Justice Studies with a minor American Indian Studies, and then hopefully go to law school. So that's my goal right now. And I'm from St. Michael's.
Sorry. Yat e shiketo shidene she kiri Spencer yenisha do the Bethlehem nishle tina Jenny Bashishchi na kaidene dashe che kia ani dashanelle do akut ego dene astane do tsetsa ane de nasha. Hello, my name is Kateri Spencer. I am from Lupton, Arizona, and I am one of the summer interns for OLC, and I currently go to Glendale Community College. I plan to transfer over to the University of Arizona to become a veterinarian and to also come back and help our nation as well. And I'm glad to be here amongst one of you and to learn more about how, I guess, the whole system runs, I guess, within our Navajo Nation. And yeah, thank you very much.
Yate she ayona gateway yinishye do nakai dina in shle ashihe bashishchi lokai dina in dashache tototni dashanale. I'm from Sawmill, but I also live in Fort Defiance. I'm getting my bachelor's degree in applied science for graphic design, and I am one of the summer interns here, so it's lovely to meet you all. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our three young ladies that are interns at the Office of Legal Counsel. So thank you, young ladies, for your tremendous help. And next we are going down our agenda, old business none, number 7. Chairman So?
Before we move on, I would just would like to do a request for a moment of silence. One of our Navajo medicine men. Asi hatal ne leheki. Tal biyaji do ba yashtida. Asi hatal ntsagi da te leheki hastui. Adekwi yitsi. Uncle, one of our medicine men who hold some of our largest ceremonies that are left, is here still with us, but we have lost one this morning, and a moment of silence that the Schneego Conhodo of Ika Nage ya Hastui a Philip Gay Liende Le Lukan Kid Adon the Burnside Nas Ado it did see toward on us Ado has Twigo Ado has Twi Kate das Sadi Yego has Twi Tadin de Lego you can't das Sadi 8 in this tea I call 8 in ye could a moment of silence a dish killian so we lost a medicine man who hold one few that holds a lot of our large ceremonies. It's not like you did it's do it's up ke hasti do ashingso be begand has get on the anaga do big a don the adipetne yanaga hati ya ashi jo padins do ai ya hot ahas ko to open na o hot was all in lo o ya ba hot ish na yen so ede I hinch kit Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman So. And colleagues, if you could join me in audience, if you could stand for a moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues. Yeah, Shija, Chairman So for that request for the council. And then we'll also provide a condolence letter on behalf of the council to provide to the family as well. And colleagues, we are going next to our agenda on new business. We do have a consent agenda. Staff, if you could help read those into the record, and then we'll have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Consent agenda, legislation 0084-25, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naa'bik'iyati committees, confirming the appointment of Mrs. Tara Dinetsosi Lovato to the Navajo Technical University Board of Regents, representing the central agency for a staggered term of 4 years. The prime sponsor is Honorable Ashana Ann Claw. Co-sponsor Honorable Jermaine Simonson. There's one committee report attached to the legislation from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated May 19, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0090-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee confirming the appointment of Dr. Jeanette Sloman Chi to the Diné College Board of Regents for a term of 6 years. Prime sponsor is Honorable Curtis Unito. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Legislation 0116-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee confirming President Dr. Boo Nygren's appointment of Nicole Horseherder to the Black Mesa Review Board for a term of 4 years. Prime sponsor is Honorable Sherilyn Yazi. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Legislation 0135-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee concurring with the Navajo Nation President's acceptance of various donations totaling $300,000 to the Diné Scholarship Fund for use by the Office of the Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. All legislation has been read into record per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rules Order, Rule 9. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Chairman Nez, second by Chair Jesus. And colleagues, we will put 2 minutes on the board to vote on the consent agenda. And time has expired, colleagues. Do we have Delegate Tolf? Votes green. Chair Jesus, how do you vote? Green. Okay, that does have the full vote here from the floor, colleagues. We do have a vote of 14 in favor, 1 opposed, with chair not voting. And going next to new business B, Chairman Ricky Nez, could you help me be the chair for this portion? I am the sponsor for the next legislation. And staff, if we could help read the record of this legislation, and I'll turn the floor over to Chairman Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item B, Legislation 0125-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee approving procedures for the Oversight Committee budget meetings for use in FY 2026 and for future fiscal year budget meetings, rescinding previously approved procedures approved in Resolution NABIJA-04-25. Prime sponsor is Honorable Crystalline Curley. Co-sponsor Honorable Shandine Parrish. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Per Nomination Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9 legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, for giving me the opportunity to be the pro tem chair for the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. And today is Thursday, June 26. We have legislation number 0125-25, which was read into the record by staff. Committee members, may we have a motion and a second? Delegate George Tolth motions, second by Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Colleagues, do you have any questions, comments? Okay. We do have Delegate Yazzie raised her hand, so we will give 20 minutes to Speaker Curley. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Ricky Nez, for helping chair this meeting. Ado kodo yat nana to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, and also all of our guests and our staff that are here with us in the council chamber. Ado kwaigi sabe wana dit ahi e hadishla do e di Halate di beso agent not soja agent na holji shoti benda anishiki do tla e di Naa'bik'iyati kwaigin hitlas aniki e tla tala e di da inishiki bikita det I. And in English, we are oversight to several of the programs, departments within the legislative branch and also within the executive branch. So this legislation is similar legislation that has gone through the other standing committees for their oversight budget meeting, also the comprehensive budget. Ben hadit alto halet e bechope ehoziniki e these are the procedures that we do consider before we do have Naa'bik'iyati over budget meetings and also oversight meetings. So these are just the steps that do we need to take for your consideration. And again, this legislation is similar to all of the other standing committees who have already considered these types of legislations already before the budget meetings. Overall, it does streamline the oversight hearing format. The old resolution that's cited within the resolutions were loosely defined with limit structure around the sequence of oversight committee hearings. So this new rescinding the old one and adopting a new procedure clearly defines a uniform hearing structure, including opening statements, program budget presentations, and questions and answer sessions, and also committee discussion and action. And also defines and outlines the rules or the roles and responsibilities, roles of committee members, staff, program officials, and also liaisons that were not explicitly outlined in the previous resolution. And it does that does summarize the roles and responsibilities. Number 3, also submissions and deadlines and document requirements. The old resolution did not specify any strict deadlines or standard format for submitting budget documents and supporting materials. So this resolution does address advanced submissions of presentation materials within 5 business days prior within that 5 business days, sets minimal documentation requirements such as the budget, narratives, and also organizational charts. And it also reviews and summarizes time management and efficiency, and also integration of virtual and hybrid capabilities. And it did, the previous resolution did not address procedures for remote presentation, so this does outline that new process. And also it includes the enhanced public notice and transparency, and just strengthening public notice requirements. It encourages the use of live stream platforms or broader transparency, and also rescinding some of the other protocols that were outlined in the previous resolution that no longer aligns with the current legislative or executive branch practices. So again, colleagues, this will go align with our FY 2026 budget calendar. And overall, we do have to adopt a procedure before we do entertain any of our oversight program budgets. And again, we'll be happy for your consideration if you do have any questions or any recommendations. So thank you, Chairman Nance. That does conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, for your presentation on legislation 0125-25. We do have in the queue Delegate Sherlyn Yazzie. You have the floor.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Thank you for this legislation. I do appreciate that, we're able to document and, really formalize our procedures for our budget meetings. I am with the Budget and Finance Committee, and so this is kind of my first official budget process, and so it's really good to hear all the different departments come before us and make their case for their budgets. And so this is really important to make sure that everybody is following these process. And so I do want to help by strengthening this legislation. In our document under Exhibit A, it does outline the different procedures, and one of them that I want to include is that, making sure that our chairs of our budgets are reminding the presenters that knowingly providing false budget data may result in ethics violation. And I know from the past, it seemed like I've heard in other meetings where in the past council used to have the presenters provide do an oath And I know we're not doing that here, but I think this would be a middle ground just to let people know, we're reminding them, just, be honest with the budget. And then it is in line with our budget instruction manual. And, we're also reminding everybody there's a tone at the top, be mindful, we're trying to be accountable with our funding, our funds. And then the next one is, one of the things that I've noticed is, there's maybe some stalling tactics. I'm trying not to think in that way, but just reminding the individuals that they should turn in their budgets in a timely manner. So that's another amendment that I wanted to propose. But for now, if we could have the amendment sent out to everybody so they have some time to review and also read it into the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yasi. Certainly appreciate your concerns, and also, as you have said, to strengthen this legislation. I'll give time back over to Speaker Curley to respond.
Is there an amendment?
Okay, thank you. We'll have Jalissa here read the amendment into the record here.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Amendment 1. 1, replace current Exhibit A with new Exhibit A. 2, the rationale for the amendments be included in the Oversight Committee report. Exhibit G is as follows. Paragraph A, the rationale for providing a time limit for responses is to ensure a timely response and prevent stalling, especially if questions delay amendments. B, the rationale for having the committee chair provide an ethics reminder to create a culture of accountability and reinforce the seriousness of accurate reporting. This reinforces the budget instructions manual and the tone at the top. C, the rationale for including enhancements to the committee report is to provide context to amendments, promote institutional memory, and effectively inform the Budget and Finance Committee. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services at the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including calculation adjustments to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Nomination Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. There's an attachment to the email, and that is the procedures for the Oversight Committee budget hearings. On the heading, overstrike oversight, and add Naa'bik'iyati. After paragraph 5, insert new paragraph 6. The chair shall remind all presenters that knowingly providing false budget data may result in ethics violations under 2 NNC sections 3741 through section 3793. And underline paragraph 7. After budget legislation, insert new language, underline OMB and all other program departments shall respond to questions and requests for additional information within 24 hours, and underline. Number 10. New paragraph after Exhibit G, Oversight Committee Report. The Oversight Committee Report, Exhibit G, shall include a brief rationale for each approved amendment and may include a summary of major concerns or recommendations for future budget cycles. The delegate who sponsors the amendment is responsible for providing the rationale for the amendment, and underline. And that's the end of the amendments to the document. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson, for reading the amendment into the record. I'm sorry, Ms. Yasi, Delegate Yasi, did you say you motioned? Did you already motion?
I motion.
Staff, could you turn her microphone on so she can say it on the record?
I make a motion.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Is there a second? Delegate Shauna So. I'm sorry, Shauna Claw. Okay. I've been having a habit lately saying that, so I'm going to have to go get her a gift card to Lauderberger or something to say I'm sorry. Thank you, Delegate Claw, for that. And Are there any comments or questions? I don't see anybody in the queue. Going twice, going 3 times, staff. Let's do a roll call vote. Okay, now there's a delegate, Chair Parrish, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pro Tem Rick Nez, for allowing me some time to speak on Amendment Number 1, and thank you, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, for offering Amendment 1. I do concur with the language in this amendment. I would like to ask, I did send an email out to the Office of Legislative Counsel. I'd like to ask the motioning party to modify their amendment to include the omission of the third procedure. The third procedure reads, agendas shall be posted to show a single budget meeting duration up to 5 consecutive workdays. However, at this point in the budget season, what that would look like for Naa'bik'iyati, there's 2 budgets that we're going to oversee. It's the legislative branch and the executive offices and the essentially Office of the President, Vice President, Office of Miss Navajo. Those executive offices, those are the 2 primary legislation of budgets that we're going to oversee in Naa'bik'iyati. However, I feel that the third procedure limits us to 5 consecutive days. I don't like that language because I think the speaker just dropped the executive branch's budget, who we were waiting for over 2 weeks, even 3 weeks. So that's why there was a period of time where the chair of Naa'bik'iyati didn't know when that we could schedule that, and that interferes with our budget calendar. So in order to allow flexibility for the committee to meet either one day, 1 week, or the next week, I think it gives us more flexibility if we do that. And I just wanted to also say that in the Budget and Finance Committee, we also did delete the third procedure, and that's because we had amendments that were proposed on Tuesday, but those budgets won't be ready till Monday. So we could not meet that five consecutive day timeline. Instead, we're going into a second week because of some of the holdups we're experiencing. But I'd like to ask the motioning party to modify their motion to exclude the third procedure to allow flexibility for the committee to meet as needed per the legislation. That's my request at this time, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, for your request to Delegate Yazzie to modify the Amendment 1. Delegate Yazzie, your response?
Thank you. So just a question. So would it be all taken out, or are you trying to say the agenda shall be posted to show a single budget duration as needed, something like that, or is it better just to take it all out? I'm open to either, whichever.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for that. Chair Parrish, your response?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, and also to our motioning party here. I think that of course, that the budget agendas should be posted, but I think when we modified we made this amendment to our procedures too in Budget and Finance on Monday, I think Ms. Kristen Lowell advised the committee to take the entirety out, but I leave it to Office of Legislative Counsel. I'm not against keeping the agendas posted, but however, I don't know if we're going to meet a single budget meeting, because we may need 2 budget meetings, whether it's back to back or it's one budget meeting on a Monday and then we have to meet on another budget meeting the next meeting. I don't know how that's going to work out. I think it allows for flexibility for the committee, though.
Chair Parrish, your statement is to our legal counsel, right?
It was a response back to the motioning party,
Okay.
Chair Pro Tem, but I guess the recommendation that was given to the Budget and Finance Committee was to take the entire procedure out entirely, but I leave it to Office of Legislative Counsel if they want to change that too. But in essence, it's so that it allows for the committee flexibility so we don't have to meet for 5 consecutive days. Thank you.
Chair Pierce, thank you for clarification. Delegate Yazzie, a response?
And thank you. I'm open to just taking number 3 out, if that works. That seems like the easiest. Thank you.
So you agreed to the modification? Okay. And Delegate Shauna Claw concur? Okay, Delegate Shauna Claw concurs. So we're good with that? Any other comments or questions? I don't see anybody in the queue. Going twice, going 3 times. We'll do a roll call vote on Amendment 1. Colleagues, if you're in either of these rooms to the north or to the south, please come out and press your button. Thank you. May we halt the voting, please? Give some time over to Shondine Parrish. She has a point of order.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I just didn't know if the screens on the board here had updated language with that modification for my colleagues to review.
Staff, did you update the amendment, the modification? If not, may you do so, please? Okay, it'll be all typed out and also reflect in the committee report. Okay, thank you. So we'll continue voting at this time. Delegate Simonson, does your button work? Okay, the time is out here. Delegate Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Yazzie votes green. Delegate Chair Parrish, how do you vote? Green. Also, Delegate Norman Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Delegate Stephen Arviso votes green. And that is it. We have a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1. Back to the main motion. I see Chair Parrish. You wave your, okay. I'll just wave back at you then. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Going twice? Going 3 times. Staff, let's put this legislation to a roll call vote. Colleagues, you have 1 minute to vote. Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Okay, time has expired. We have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Motion passes for legislation 0125-25. Ejehe. Biga. Speaker, we forgot that you didn't vote. So the vote changes to 15 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Speaker Curley, we didn't have her button on, so thank you for that. That was for the main motion. So, Speaker, I'll go ahead and hand the gavel back over to you. Yeah, sure. Okay, colleagues, we'll move down to C under new business, legislation 0050-25. Sponsor, Shanala, Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, front and center. As he's coming down, staff, could you read this into the record, please?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Item C, legislation 0050-25, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Law and Order Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee, and Naa'bik'iyati Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the effective date of Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CO-47-24. Prime sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and Honorable Crystalline Curley. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading this into the record. Colleagues, is there a motion? Second. Delegate Shauna Claw. Motions. Second. Mr. Yazzie. Colleagues, are there any comments or questions? I see that Chair Parrish is in the queue, and therefore, Shanala, Delegate Carl Slater, you have 20 minutes to present.
Colleagues, this legislation does exactly what the title says it does. We passed the tobacco tax legislation, and we're delaying the implementation date that was identified in the legislation. The Office of the Navajo Tax Commission hasn't had a full set of commissioners. They haven't been able to issue regulations and provide the communication with vendors that is needed in order to effectuate this and have it be effective across the nation. And so we're delaying that time so that people can come into compliance. They can develop all of the parameters necessary for the implementation of the tobacco and nicotine products taxes. And that's essentially it. So I'll yield my time back to Chair Pro Tem. Thank you, Shanella.
Thank you, Shanella. Delegate Slater. We have in the queue here Delegate Otto. So could you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Slater, for your presentation. And it's simple, plain and simple, but who dropped the ball on the appointment of the commissioners? You know, who was supposed to? Then the other is that the tax commission, I think we should be able to have a conversation with them at some point. Ever since I came into council to today, the Office of the Tax Commission has never reported to the body. I know they have a lot of work, and I think that just to get some information and an understanding of what the tax commission, their roles and their responsibilities. But in this case, pertaining to moving this deferment of collecting the tobacco tax date, moving it forward, due to appointment of commissioners, I think that's a process that we need to identify. I think there's commissioners out there that are not appointed into these positions, not only the tax commission, but I think we need to relook at those appointments, because a lot of the appointment comes from the president's office, and we have not been getting them. Maybe if we change the law and have maybe the speaker's office oversee that. There's a lot of holdovers on boards and commission at this time throughout the nation. So I think that clearly need to relook at those appointments and the process of who can look at those, who can make those recommendations, because right now we're not seeing those appointments. You just see on this current Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting, we had a couple of appointments that happened, and if these should have been filled a long time ago. Someone's dropping the ball from the other end. So we need to try to get these appointments processed, and maybe have the oversight committee take care of this, and we could move on those. Thank you. That's his recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate So, for your recommendation. Let me go back to the sponsor, Shanola. Delegate Slater, your response, sir?
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate those concerns about the composition of the tax commission and requesting a meeting. So if staff could notate that for Speaker Curley, and maybe we could organize a work session with the Naa'bik'iyati committee, because I would say even on budget and finance, we don't have a lot of direct interactions with the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, and the only reason I've ever had to, I shouldn't say make contact. I've never had them reach out to me to make contact on anything. It's only been when I've pursued tax matters. Not that they have an obligation to do that, but I think it'd be good for us to build a working relationship with Directorate City and the new commissioners who are on there. I think right now, all of them are appointed by the president and confirmed by the council. So, in that fashion, there's shared responsibility, but you can't have a confirmation without an appointment. So, they have to happen. I could say maybe if we had a full commission, there still would have been some of the delay issues. We were just too aggressive, I think, with the staff that they have. They're still staffing up. We got a new director, I think, 2 years ago, and she's really trying to transform the office. So as the budget moves forward, I think, you'll see some unmet needs requests related to that office, and, I'd ask for your support in those endeavors. But I think with any of the programs we have, we need to challenge them to level up and be better. So that's something I've definitely applied the pressure to in the tax commission. And, there's no reason we can't have the smartest, best Navajos doing the best possible work for our people within the whole government. And that includes the commissioners and the commission and the tax commission office itself. So I look forward to seeing those results in the future and the good work that they continue to do. And if you would like to provide a template for how you believe confirmations and appointments should work for the tax commission, I'm all ears. Or if you want my ideas, meet with the committee and maybe we could provide you some advisement. But they certainly have not reached out to us in any capacity to set up meetings related to any of the taxes that I have worked on, except for commenting on legislation. And I think a lot of the comments and different things weren't totally accurate, but I'll leave that there. Thank you. Shanola, I yield my time back.
Thank you, Delegate Slater. We have next in the queue, Delegate Sherlyn Yazzie. You have the floor.
I thank you for this legislation, Delegate Slater. I know the first one that was, that you brought to council, I did approve that one. And so I know this is just a amending to push the dates back. And I do appreciate that you said, that, we should be, the comment about leveling up and being better. And I know Delegate So had brought up questions also about, we've never heard a report from the Tax Commission, and I know at our Budget and Finance Committee, that was something that was also brought up in that, how much, just a general report. That was something that was concerning, that they do have data, and, I thought they could also be working with our economists to really maximize and understand, just in terms of just regular tax, not just the tobacco tax, but just regular tax, what is coming in, because that really is also Navajo Nation's revenue. I do want to offer an amendment to this, especially since it was also brought up in terms of oversight reporting requirements. I want to add that in, and then I know we also have a junk food tax, which also got lots of media attention. There was lots of community education, and so I'd also like to add an amendment where we're doing also more community education, especially for this, because I know, the nicotine and e-cigarettes, all of those, we do have to provide more education to our community. So I want to also include an amendment on making sure that's a requirement. And then the other one is just kind of getting a report back of why it's not moving forward. And so if I'd like to make this motion to make the amendment, if the staff could share that amendment with the rest of the delegates, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Sherlyn Yazzie. Colleagues, the email was sent out at 1:45 p.m. for this amendment language. There's a motion on the floor. I'd like to ask staff to read this into the record, please.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Amendment 1, page 4, line 27, insert new section heading as follows. New language, underline section 6, additional implementation requirements, and underline. 2, page 4, line 28, insert new paragraph A, B, and C as follows. New paragraph A, underline A, oversight reporting requirement on or before August 15, 2025. The Office of the Navajo Tax Commission shall submit a written implementation readiness report to the Budget and Finance Committee, Naa'bik'iyati Committee, and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. The report shall include 1, a copy of all drafts or adopted tax regulations, 2, an outline of taxpayer education outreach efforts, and 3, an assessment of the office's readiness to administer the amended and newly enacted taxes beginning October 1, 2025. Paragraph B, community education requirement. The Office of Navajo Tax Commission, in coordination with the Navajo Division of Health and Navajo Broadcasting Services, shall develop and distribute community-facing educational materials about the nicotine and electronic smoking products tax. These materials must, 1, be made available in both English and Navajo, 2, be distributed to all 110 chapters no later than September 1, 2025, 3, include plain language explanations of who is affected, what is taxed, and how compliance works, 4, be shared through radio, social media, and printed handouts. Paragraph C, fiscal impact review. Within 6 months after the effective date of this act, the Office of Navajo Tax Commission shall prepare and submit a revenue and impact assessment report to the Budget and Finance Committee. This report shall include 1, total revenue collected under the amended and new taxes, 2, any administrative costs incurred, and 3, recommendations for any further amendments based on taxpayer feedback and collection performance, and underline. 3, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including calculation adjustments, to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which shall be conformed to this amendment. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading this into the record. We'd like to have a second. Delegate Shauna Claw motions for the second. Are there any comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. we'll go ahead and put this to a roll call vote. Okay, time has expired at this time. Speaker Curley? How do you vote? No? Okay. We have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 1. We're back to the main motion of the legislation. I don't see anybody in the queue. Second call. Third call. We'll put this to a final vote for legislation 0050-25. Colleagues, we have 1 minute to vote. How do you vote? Delegate George Toth, how do you vote? Delegate Otto So? Chair Parrish? Delegate Simonson? We still have 20 minutes here, seconds. Yeah. Good. Time has expired. Legislation 0050-25 passes with a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. Thank you. Here's the gavel, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Ricky Nez, for helping chair and pro temping. Ado kodo yat etnana. To our listeners, we are right at 2 o'clock and we are halfway through our agenda, colleagues, so we'll go on to our next legislation. We do have legislation. We're on new business D. That is 0091-25, and the sponsor is Vice Chair Carl Slater. And staff, if you could help read this into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legislation 0091-25, in action relating to the Budget and Finance and Naa'bik'iyati Committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving $579,295 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Navajo Nation Washington office to fund its unmet needs for the remainder of fiscal year 2025, waiving 12 NNC Sections 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L. Prime sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Chair Jesus, second by Chair Ricky Nez. And colleagues, seeing any questions, comments, we do have delegates in queue. We'll turn the floor over to our sponsor, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and good to see you again. Long time no see since our last legislation. I bring before you a legislation for $579,000 to help supplement or replace revenue or funding within the Navajo Nation Washington office. I had requested the staff to not put this on the agenda because it had been tabled at the Budget and Finance Committee, and I had committed to my colleagues that we would seek out some alternative solutions before moving it forward, but it was left on, and I had a commitment this morning with the REFRAC veterans, and I tried to make it to the N12 signing that the president did for the second phase, but that conflicted with a veterans commitment I had made previously, so I'm sorry I was late today. And then I also had to be on Native America Calling. So we had a lot going on. But this legislation is, I want to provide some background, and then I know that Chair Parrish is going to motion to refer it back to the Budget and Finance Committee, and we can have a discussion on that. But my preference is not to advance it beyond this committee at this point because there's a few different conditions that haven't been met by the requests of the Budget and Finance Committee. So with the implementation of the CR into the actual fiscal year 2025, there were budget line items that were within the fiscal year 24 budget that when you converted into the comprehensive fiscal year 25 budget weren't budgeted for. So I'll give you an example. If you have travel, say at $75,000 or $60,000 in calendar year, in fiscal year 2024 for the Washington office, and then they expended out of that, when we went into the comprehensive budget, they then netted out those. So if you had $0 in your travel budget, then all of a sudden you're negative 63,000 or negative 10,000 or negative 10 cents in that account if you spent any money or in that line item. So that happened in quite a few different areas of the Washington office's budget. And I've requested them, OMB and OOC, to work on rectifying those issues because those were lawfully made authorizations for different line items within their budget. And we don't have the most, I'd say, detailed explanation of each of them. There's a lot of supplementary information that's been made available to the committee. I would say it hasn't been refined to the point that it would be worth it to be distributed to the rest of the council. And that's one of the things that we had made requests for as they were still ascertaining which line items, which other issues might exist with the data that they have and how they could rectify that. And I wanted that to be clean and tidy before distributing to the rest of the council. So that's one issue. Another issue relates to the rent. There was an increase in the rent between 24 and 25. And I still don't have, I would say, an adequate response. I'm not sure the Budget and Finance Committee has an adequate response on this, but there isn't enough money in their rent line item to pay the rent for their office. So I think they might be 3 months behind in rent right now. And if you're not aware, when we did the comprehensive fiscal year 25 budget, the President's office wanted those additional 12 positions. The council did not support that, and so the council removed the additional funding to the President's office, and the President's office, I believe, just took all their operational funding and put it into adding those positions. But in order to accomplish the task of having the 12 additional positions in their office, they took from different executive offices. So OPVP is an executive office, so they took 25% of the Washington office's budget and they transferred it to, or allocated it within their own budget to help increase the, the amount for the additional personnel. So that really hurt them in fiscal year 25. If you can imagine 25% of your budget being evaporated overnight with still the same demands. And so, there are other things too where the Washington office, just like really any other office under the executive branch that was requested, we're paying for things out of the President's office for, sometimes stuff in a hybrid nature, sometimes it was just stuff for the President's office. So, including, traveling back for events and things like that, when he did the State of the Nation stuff out in Tuba and elsewhere, bringing their whole office out. So, that's why the controller issued the memo that said, without the authorization or consent of, a program, you can't spend out of another business unit for another business unit. To avoid issues like this, where you have a lot of line items in the red and you have staff that you can't afford. So at this point, working with Mr. Redhouse, the new executive director, with Dee Crank, the deputy director, and their communication with the Division of General Services, we were looking for alternative sources of funding. The two main issues were rent and then personnel. So they didn't have enough money to cover personnel through the end of the year. And they were trying to keep their staff on board to deliver the services that the council and the nation deserves and demands. And I think we have an opportunity every Friday from 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 to get updates from the office. I think that's been incredibly valuable, and I've been very supportive of that effort, the reports that they're putting together each week. I think pretty much any question we have on the council floor is generally answered or contemplated in those. So it's good for us to build our education to communicate with our constituents. And, there's a lot of attacks on tribal sovereignty, on the Navajo Nation, on Indian country in general from a new environment and way of thinking about how to do and conduct the business of the United States and what we should be paying for. And while I didn't agree with all the decisions that led to this point and why we are in a precarious situation at that office, I thought it was really important for us to have a strong presence in DC that maintains communication and allows us to advocate for our policy positions and objectives for our people. So, you look at the most recent budget, I think all of us have been thinking and trying to work overtime to protect scholarships, funding for Indian countries' higher education, trying to get tribes included as states and municipalities or private folks for obtaining access to federal land if they're going to dispose of it. They should at least return it to us or provide an opportunity for us. But that's been stricken. Cuts to Medicaid, all sorts of different things that are affecting us right now. We can disagree about the exact performance, but to me, it's critical that we have that presence in DC, that we have that communication and that relationship, because it's ineffective for us to go back and forth doing shuttle diplomacy with DC. It makes sense to have people there doing that work, building the networks, building the connections, building the coalitions, and giving us good policy advisement. So the issue with the staff and the funding that is required for the rest of the year has sort of worked itself out, and that will not be a request, or I guess a further request in this UUFB supplemental. There was a member of the staff who wanted to go back and get a master's, and I don't know. That's, I think, a correct assessment, and then also, maybe taking one for the team. If they left, then they could redistribute that salary, and then someone else, well, that's basically it. I'll just say that. So essentially, they're able to use that funding to cover the shortfall in salaries till the end of the year without laying off anyone further. But they had developed a schedule to lay off quite a few folks within the office over the next few months if they didn't obtain additional funding. And on top of that, the biggest point right now is covering their rent. And so, this is not really, I'd say, a creation or a problem, developed by the council, by the committee, by any one of us. It's a feature of having 25% of their budget taken and then, not having appropriate internal controls on how to deliver services out of the office with the budget that you have available. And it's not just one specific reason, it's an accumulation of different things that happen between the CR, the implementation of the comprehensive fiscal year 25 budget, and the decisions that were made within the executive branch to lower the allocation to the office, and how that delta affected things between fiscal year 24, the continuing resolution, and the implementation in fiscal year 25. So with that, if people do have questions, colleagues, I'm very happy to answer anything you might have. I know that Dee Crank is on the line, so if you have questions to the office, you can ask them. But these issues are things that are going to continue unless the nation gets serious about its management and its fiduciary responsibility. I think a lot of us have been critical about the additional staff in the president's office because we're not seeing increased service delivery. It's kind of ridiculous to make $80,000, $100,000 to hand out potatoes. That's not what our people demand. I've never heard anyone in one of my chapter houses do that. And here's the direct result. I mean, they could be evicted, next week, next month. But I just want us to at least understand the gravity of the situation so that you don't feel like you're blindsided and like I withheld information from you. But we do need to do something on this. One of the conditions of the Budget and Finance Committee was requesting the president to provide an explanation of, well, what's your plan? You created the situation. How are you going to fix this? Are there other sources of funding that we could support a budget transfer from, or budget revision requests? Are there other things? And Mr. Redhouse and the Washington office staff have been the ones doing all the work to try and find out where they could source additional funding. And I appreciate Director Shoneman Dale for looking for sources within the Division of General Services, and then the controller for also looking for other sources of funding within the current fixed cost budget. And both of those have yielded no internal pots of funding that we could make available. So at this point, the UUFB really is the only option. But if we don't get or demand accountability, it's not going to magically appear one day. So that's why the committee has been really dedicated in trying to apply some pressure to say, look, if this is a management oversight and goof up, then, at least admit it, and then go forward and tell us how you're going to avoid this sort of situation in the future. But, we've never had an admission of, oh, I goofed up or anything like that, with the exception of the line item vetoes of the C-stores, which was not compelling. So I'll leave it at that. And Speaker, Chair of Nabi, I will yield my remaining time back to the committee if there is any remaining time.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your presentation. And colleagues, we do have a motion and second in place. And Chair Parrish for questions.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater, for your presentation today to cover some of the bases regarding this legislation. Members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, to further elaborate on the time frame, the Budget and Finance Committee tabled this legislation on May 27th, 2025, for no more than 30 days, and in that discussion, the Vice Chair Carl Slater committed to a leadership meeting with the committee and the Washington office. So That took place in early June. And one of the recommendations that came out of that discussion was for the committee to write a memorandum to the Office of the President and Vice President asking if they would consider an internal budget transfer, revision, modification, or reallocation of funds from the President's office to the Washington's office, so that these bills could be covered. I did write that memorandum and signed that, shared that with the Office of the President and Vice President. I did not get a response back from the Office of the President and Vice President. Again, this is a management decision whether the President's office would like to cover those bills that need to be paid. At this time, I believe he is deciding to, because nothing has done, he's choosing the staff assistants in his office at this time. So I know this is budget season, but this is a direct impact when we see those cuts to the divisions and departments, and they suffer from it. That he doesn't see the repercussions because he's taking monies away from the divisions. So I just want to give that background to say that the committee is supporting the vice chair's efforts in trying to mitigate this circumstance regarding the Washington office's outstanding bills. However, there's no response at this time from the President's office. And then lastly, I will concur with what Vice Chair Carl Slater is recommending, is to refer it back to the Budget and Finance Committee. So I'm going to motion, Speaker, to table this legislation and refer it back to the Budget and Finance Committee and work this through, because also Vice Chair Carl Slater did let the committee know that there could be changes in the budget forms and the request for this legislation if it comes down to that, but yet there's no resolution or discussions directly back to from the Washington office or the President's office at this time. So Speaker Curley, that's my motion on the floor today, is to table legislation 9125 and refer it back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Parrish, and that is updated here on the board for that motion. Table legislation 0091-25, refer back to the Budget and Finance Committee for further discussion and for consideration within 30 days. Was that time frame correct, Chair Parrish? Vice Chair. It says within 30 days. I'll ask just out of respect, I'll ask the sponsor if 30 days, within 30 days, if that language is okay. Okay, the sponsor of the motion party concurs with that language on the board, and it will be tabled and referred back to Budget and Finance Committee within 30 days and brought back for consideration within 30 days.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say I concurred, and I just wanted to make sure that it was within. I was only concurring to within.
And thank you, Chair Parrish, and there is a second by Chairman Ricky Ness. And colleagues, pertaining to our rules of order, our standing committee, Rule 18, a tabling motion is not subject to debate. So we will have 2 minutes on the board, and it is a majority vote. right, colleagues, we have less than 1 minute here on the board to vote. Delegate Arvizo, Chair Brenda Jesus. And colleagues, we do have a full vote here from the floor. We have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So the tabling motion carries. And colleagues, will keep moving forth with our agenda here. We are on new business E, legislation 0098-25. Sponsor again, we do have Honorable Carl Slater here. And staff, if you could help us read this title resolution into the record. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, colleagues. I received an email not too long ago with a letter from, is it Del Yazzie and Ansel Lewis? They informed me that through their closeout of NDOH funds, they were able to locate and source funding to support this request. And if you have any information, or if you desire any information about this, please get in contact with me or the Navajo Epicenter, and we can explain more about what this was for. But I won't use up any more of your time here. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is when we passed the BIM, I had a placeholder in there for this amount. And so for your information, I'll be withdrawing that, assuming they are able to utilize those external funds that they were, closing out 1 year and I think rolling it into another. So hopefully that'll save the Navajo Nation some general fund dollars and make more money available in the budget for purposes that you identify. So yeah, thank you very much for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And again, that legislation has been withdrawn by the sponsor. And going next will be legislation, new business F will be 0153-25, sponsored by Delegate Dr. Andy Ness. And staff, if you could help us read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item F, legislation 0153-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee responding to the United States Department of Interior Dear Tribal Leader letter dated April 14, 2025, reaffirming the political classification of the Navajo Nation and its citizens, presenting the position of the Navajo Nation concerning Executive Order 14210, urging the Department of Interior, Indian Affairs, and Bureau of Indian Education to engage directly with the Navajo Nation to conduct government-to-government consultation regarding tribally controlled and Bureau of Indian Education schools. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order. Rule 9 legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, staff. And we do have the Honorable Dr. Andy Nez here with us. And colleagues, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, second. Second by Chair Shondine Parrish. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this legislation? Yes, I do see some raised hands. So we'll allow 20 minutes to our sponsor, Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Hakushin ayat shadekudo Chair Curley Aro Adan Shinat Adano Linigi Yat Eslin Ando Bikitchen Aro Andashin Adan ni khel hon do da isanol tsa do da ni nali ni do yat e nana ni dini do le di kodo e sa be na hotet ahim liniki e kwa ki nan so do e ya ultra benache do ultra do na has kodo nebaka the nebaka abakago oko didiki e ya April 14th yan da Ashi and lay Washington the Department of Interior Joe Ajo BIA do BIE A Ajo. Their organizational chart consists of the programming, and as you all are aware that the Navajo Nation is a recipient of several programming and funds that support our schools, other programs, but in this particular legislation, we give a lot of attention to the Bureau of Indian Education and education as a whole. There is a forthcoming legislation concerning the BIA component that focuses heavily on that. But what you see before you is a legislation that responds to the Dear Tribal Leaders letter that's dated April 14. And the U.S. Department of Interior is requesting written comments from tribal leaders regarding three primary components. The first one is on concerning staffing. As you all know, there has been some shuffling. There has been some, like the RIF that has taken effect, and oftentimes that could hinder the productivity as well as the resources that we obtain through the BIE. And the second portion of that also calls for the funding. As you all know, there are some unfortunate circumstances that come when we look at how funding is streamlined and comes to the Navajo Nation that supports our area office here, and some of the implementation that we see. One fine example of that is the Johnson O'Malley program. Unfortunately, there's been about a $4 million cut, but I am working in this budget session to see how the Navajo Nation could support some of those funding that have been cut at the US DOI level. And the last thing is also in respects to the self-determination, self-governance. As you all know, the Navajo Nation, Naa'bik'iyati, as well during an emergency legislation during the previous spring session, has called upon and really emphasized our position as having a political relationship with the United States, and we wanted to re-emphasize that. So that is attached as your Exhibit A. There has been ongoing consultation that has been happening. They've been in person. I think the nearest one that they had for the Navajo Nation was in Albuquerque. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend that, but I understand some of my colleagues, as well as Speaker Curley, was able to attend that. There are virtual opportunities, as well as others that are outside the Southwest United States. During a Health, Education, Human Services Committee, we did pass a letter that was sent to the U.S. Department of Interior to host a tribal consultation on the Navajo Nation. As one delegate, I don't understand how the Navajo Nation, as the tribal nation, would have its own area office with IHS, with BIA, but the DOI fails to consult here on the Navajo Nation. So that letter has been sent. I am hoping that they do respond and are able to have a consultation where we can speak on some of these specifics that you see in your Exhibit B. But in due time, the deadline to submit those comments, the written comments, is Monday, July 7th, which is why we worked at getting this particular legislation here before Naa'bik'iyati. So once it's passed, we're able to submit this formally to the US DOI. But it also allows for my colleagues, as well as being agents of your respective BIE tribally controlled grant schools all across the Navajo Nation. There are 66 of them, and each of our delegate regions, we do have BIE tribally controlled schools as well. And so what you see as your exhibit there, it was a collaboration between the Department of Diné Education as well as the Diné School Board Association, both of which are recognized in Title X, who collaborated, and through a series of different meetings and updates, we were able to help and produce what you see there. So it's pretty lengthy, but I will just kind of identify some of the highlights that they talked about. As you can see, the first inquiry from the U.S. Dear Tribal Leaders letters talks about the restructuring of the Indian Affairs to support more efficient interactions with tribes. We discuss a lot of the staffing improvements, the resource sharing, process improvements, potential consolidation with tribes. A lot of that is supporting and maintaining the support and recognizing Navajo Nation resources, our students, which make up a significant portion of those that attend the BIE tribal controlled schools. We also talk about the data, creating data sharing platforms. The Navajo Nation does have an agreement that they renew with the BIE, and that speaks to the data sharing agreement and some of the resources that we see when we look at the variables that are produced on behalf of students who are attending our 66 BIE tribal contract schools, but also 5 of those of which are residential. And then the next thing is supporting e-solutions when we talk about how the streamlining for funding that come. For example, some of these, like the Johnson O'Malley funds, could be typically forward funded because oftentimes when the JOM funds come to the Navajo Nation, they are on different fiscal years. So by the time those are allocated to our local educational agencies, it's about April. And by that time, you're already wrapping up your academic year. So we've been trying to push for forward funding so those types of instances do not occur. The other example is the Net Higher Education Grant, which unfortunately is not included into this upcoming budget at a national level. And some of you may know that the Higher Education Grants provide significant funds to our scholarship office. And next, we talk about the efficiency barriers to expedite funding to tribes and programs. And so that one, we just capitalize on equitability, being that, again, we have our area office here before us, reforming the funding structures, identifying and removing efficiency barriers, enhancing tribal capacity to access funding, improve coordination across federal agencies, and implementing accountability and transparency tools. So I do commend the Department of Education and a lot of our school boards, as well as our school administrators and leaders and others who are able to submit and really discuss some of these intricacies because they also deal with those there at the local educational agency level. And then last, regarding the tribal governance and self-determination, I think this one is pretty self-explanatory considering that the council has passed numerous legislations to emphasize our position that we have and our relationship that we have with the United States. And so when we help to respond to these Dear Tribal Leader letters, when we consult with state or federal agents, that we're recognizing some of these areas that have been identified by our school leaders, school representatives, as well as our school agents here. So we conclude here that the Navajo Nation requesting tribal consultation here on Navajo Nation and to be able to involve the tribes into those initiatives that impact our Navajo Nation students as well as our Navajo Nation LEAs, and then to tailor these comments so that we're really understanding the proper funding mechanisms to be fair and representative of all its recipients, and to consider decision-making flexible funding mechanisms, increase capacity building and resources so that there is a significant part of those discussions that move forward. At the end of the day, we will continue to consult with all of our agents locally, tribally, as well as state and federally, so that we're capitalizing on the investments that our students deserve at the local educational level. And so with that, I do realize I do have time left, but I will yield the rest of that and stand for any questions or recommendations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Eninaz, for that presentation. And colleagues, first in queue, we do have Delegate Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Naa'bik'iyati Committee, the Honorable Nash for bringing this legislation before us. One of the things that I always advocate is what is the school position, A lot of times we make rules up here and we don't consult with them. We just implement these laws without their knowledge. So I would like to see any support from the BOSBA, Grant School, even BIE. So that is my concern. I don't think we should be doing that. We need to consult with them what our initiatives are, you know, instead of just making laws up here and then shove it into their throat. Even the net education, going around telling the local school that all the schools going to turn into 638. It's none of their business. If the school wants to go to 638 or a contract, that's an option for them, self-determination. And so I heard this comment from the local school that the net education's going around telling everybody you're going to establish a state education department. I don't think they're ready for it. So because there's a lot of chaos going on, and that should wait. And then, like I said, we need to communicate with our school. What is the school position? Instead of, like I said, we implement these laws right away. I do support if it's only, you know, the advocating for the school, all the school, funding-wise, what you said. ADQ, if you're gonna implement, turn this whole thing to 638 or Grant School, how they wanted to go about that. Yeah, some schools are doing pretty good. Now because of the school board making the wrong decision. We don't have strong laws for that. Even if we refer to ethics and rules, same thing, they don't have a personnel. And who hears these cases? My understanding, if an issue comes up, it takes 1 month. So the process is too lengthy. In the past, we used to have a committee from the Navajo Nation sits on ethics and rules because I served 8 years. We used to sanction a lot of school board members. There's another 2, I understand, state of New Mexico having those issues, and then we signed those, the education. We haven't heard anything from them yet. So, and then it goes back to our HASI committee. And I will be calling the net education probably Monday if they allow me. We want a report from these 2 areas. If we continue doing that, you know, the federal government's going to say, hey, how come you have all these problems out there? So we need to do our homework and take care of our school. We should all support our local school. That's where I'm coming from, a local control. So funding-wise, yes, we have no control. It's from the federal. I do support as long as, you know, inform these, the school itself, local school. So I hope you have that support. Then I will support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiche. Delegate Toll. And going next to Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie.
Thank you, Delegate Andinez, for this legislation. I do appreciate that we're addressing this executive order, this executive order 142110 is basically the implementation of the Department of Government Efficiency. And I know you're addressing this by introducing this letter, and so I do appreciate that we formally get to really have that discussion with the federal government, because it does pertain to consultation, and I think it also includes what Delegate Toth is talking about, is making sure that we include all comments on our programs. And, you know, it's also holding us accountable to make sure that we are listening to our constituents in general. And so, and I did really appreciate your comment that, you know, you recommend consultation happen here on our tribal lands. So one of the things that I want to do is also introduce another amendment to make sure that we're strengthening this, and first to, you know, to call upon the suspension of the Executive Order 142110 and its implementation on the Navajo Nation lands. The other one is, second, we want to strengthen our accountability and transparency by requiring that our Health Education Human Services Committee to report back to our NABI within 30 days following this consultation, only because it does relate to our school children and what was brought up, especially our funding for our school children and all our education programs. So I think it's good to hear back from the committee, you know, what the impact of this letter will create. I'd like to hear that report back. The other one is, we want to urge the U.S. Congress to provide oversight and intervene if necessary to protect our tribal sovereignty and our treaty obligations from the executive overreach. And that would be from the committees of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs and also the House Subcommittee on Indigenous people. So I think this letter that you're sending to Washington should also reach those two committees. And so we want to make sure our voices are heard at many different committee levels. So I do appreciate your legislation. I do support it. And I'm glad that we are finally tackling this serious executive orders, because I think it caused a lot of confusion and frustration. And I don't know the aftermath of all of this, how long it's going to take for us to really put things back in order, but I appreciate it. And so I do want to make a motion to introduce this amendment, and I think it had already been sent out, but just want to make sure that staff sent it out again. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for that motion. There's a motion for amendment number 1, and staff, if you could help us read that into the record and update that here on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1, page 5, line 9, insert new paragraph Y, Z, and AA as follows. New paragraph underline Y, Executive Order 14210 issued without congressional consultation or tribal code development introduces broad federal restructuring that may affect Navajo Nation services in education, health, natural resources, law enforcement, and infrastructure. The lack of specificity in EO 14210 risks undermining the delivery of treaty-based services of tribes are not consulted directly and consistently. Paragraph Z, the Navajo Nation recognizes the meaningful tribal consultation requires informed dialogue with traditional leaders, chapter communities, school boards, and service providers, and must include oral testimony in the Navajo language as well as cultural knowledge and historical context. Paragraph AA, it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to ensure that all federal directives impacting its citizens, particularly in education and workforce restructuring, be subject to formal tribal review, coordination with the Office of the President and Vice President, and transparency with Navajo Nation Council and the public. And underline 2, page 5, line 27, insert new paragraph E, F, and G as follows. Paragraph E, the Navajo Nation formally states the implementation of Executive Order 14210 should be suspended in application to the Navajo Nation until direct government-to-government consultation is completed and the Navajo Nation provides written concurrence. Paragraph F, the Navajo Nation calls upon the United States Congress, specifically the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs and the House Subcommittee on Indigenous Peoples to exercise oversight of Executive Order 14210 and protect tribal sovereignty, self-governance, and treaty-based obligations for executive outreach. Paragraph G, the Navajo Nation affirms that all federal consultations may include the option for interpretation in Navajo language and shall respect oral testimony and traditional knowledge, as these are integral 2, any decision-making on education and tribal welfare, and underline. 3, renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including calculation adjustments to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to the amendment. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, staff, for reading amendment number 1 into the record. And colleagues, is there a second? Second by Delegate Shauna Antlaw. Colleagues, are there any questions on amendment number 1? Delegate Law? Or was that for the main motion?
I can just add in a comment.
Okay, Delegate Law?
Thank you, Shadeja, Madam Chair Speaker. I just wanted to also add that as this amendment moves forward, in addition to what is stated here in the amendment, I also want the Health, Education, Human Services Committee to also think about consultation in regards to schools that are BIE, that they can also do their own consultation on behalf of their students directly with the BIE. I know most times BIE wants government-to-government consultation, which requires a delegate to be part of the discussion. But as you know, most times delegates, our schedules are fairly busy and hectic, and so oftentimes our schools are left to wait for the delegates' discretion to be available. But if we had either an administrative process or some sort of consultation agreement, then maybe these schools could advocate on their own behalf. So just to keep that in mind, but that would just be a comment, and I'll add that into the amendment as a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Law. And colleagues, are there any other comments on amendment number 1? We have Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much. I guess I have a couple comments, and I should say I really appreciate the legislation you put forward, and Delegate Yazzie, my BFC colleague, I really appreciate the amendments you brought forward today. I think I was confused when you brought one related, you were holding one related to the epicenter. I didn't realize you needed to amend the other legislation, so I apologize if I confused you. I think it would be really helpful as we think about what we desire from the federal government. All right, let me take a step back. Right now, a lot of this is reactive to what a lot of us interpret as assaults on either tribal sovereignty, how we view ourselves as a nation, things like that. But I appreciate the positive statements in there that provide prescriptive ideas to interior. I mean, a lot of this is related to education. But in general, it's about BIA interactions with tribes and what the shape and whatever the BIA should be under that executive order, optimizing each of the programs. And I mean, my personal opinion is to just get rid of the BIA. I mean, it impedes our interactions with other agencies. And I know that's not the position of the nation, but it's difficult for me to continue voting for these resolutions when it's like, we've been complaining about how crummy service delivery has been on the aggregate. You know, there's a lot of good people who work in these programs. It's not saying they're a crummy person, but you know, reservation looks the same, money stays flat, oftentimes goes down, it's spread across a whole bunch of little tribes. You know, every single big issue that affects the nation and has the boot of the federal government on our neck ties back or runs through the BIA, it seems. I mean, I can't even get this school that burned down in Lukachukai rehabilitated. And I have no confidence that anything we present today, either in this amendment or in the legislation, is going to have any bearing on that whatsoever. And I don't think that you know, I guess what I'm saying is I'm willing to try new things. And I'm willing to get rid of the whole bureau and have us work directly with, you know, Federal Highway Administration, US EPA. You know, we have different contracting mechanisms where we're able to work directly with agencies. And I do think we need to think about that structurally. By having one discrete entity under the Department of the Interior, I do think it limits our conception before the federal government as truly sovereign and keeps us subordinate to them. And I just hope that as we move forward with developing legislations like this, that we include those positive prescription visions to our people and to ourselves, that we're striving for something instead of being reactive and not identifying a path forward for what the federal government, you know, should do. And that would be the accumulation of all of our individual visions and our people's ideas and how we do that. But you know, like, why is there a BA Realty office? Well, I mean, why are there any of these things? The tribe should just be able to handle itself. And if DOJ and the other entities want to get rid of it, then fine. And then force Congress to have those responsibilities come back to the tribe. I mean, get rid of the justice stuff and have the tribe have the authority to put people in jail for 10 years if they do heinous crimes on the Navajo Nation. So I think there's an opportunity to like grasp onto some of the things that we might be uncomfortable with, you know, just because we've been conditioned to think a certain way. But we could revolutionize and really petition the federal government through mutual objectives of slimming down the federal government and devolving authorities back to the Navajo Nation that increase our sovereignty. And we need to have more of a vision that is independent of the federal government, because the more we're integrated with them through funding services that of course are treaty obligations, it limits, I truly think, how much effort and endeavor we put into building our society and the economy that would support the society and government services that we need. So I'll get off my high horse, but I had to share those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for those comments towards amendment number 1. And colleagues, are there any other additional comments, questions to the motioning party to amendment number 1? No. Any final comments? Delegate Yazzie?
Thank you again. I do appreciate Delegate Slater's comments, and he got back on his horse and he walked out with his horse. And I think that's a really good question that we're asking ourselves. Are we ready to be sovereign, truly sovereign? Because that's what it comes down to. And I know the whole point of this administration is to be reactive. That's just how it works. You know, when you create crisis, you're just always in a reactive mode and you never get out of that crisis. And maybe we've been in that crisis since, you know, way long time ago. I mean, that's just our history with the federal government and also, you know, the things that have been set up for us. So hopefully, you know, it's going to have us think about how we can really reassert the nation, our Navajo Nation's right to self-determination. Not just in education, but just in all of the federal programs and the activities that we, you know, the services that are provided to us for our community and for our people. And I do appreciate that we're trying to hold our federal government accountable to the legal and moral obligations. And, you know, it sets a precedent that federal executive orders can't override or bypass the nation-to-nation protocol. So thank you for your legislation. You know, I do support it. And, you know, maybe we can come up with a better solution. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. And colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for amendment number 1. Oh, Delegate Tolth to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker Dole. I know we did a lot of legislation from here, this body. And I just wonder, even this legislation, it seems like we don't have feedback, if they receive it or not. So where does it go? For sure, it goes to some place that they should let us know, yes, your concern is well taken, your recommendation. O coronal hospitality chido. We don't know where it goes. Even the president's not with us. I hate to say that. We should have one voice. He should take this legislation to, if he goes up to Washington, carry this, all these legislation, give it to the president. When he's talking to, at then legislation also so are you advocating for your people? I don't think so. So the question I have for the president is he advocating helping us? Government that we need. That's the way I look at it. Legislation, are they executive order? No. He should come and talk to us. So there's no feedback on legislation. So I'd like to see a response. Who receives this? Who receives all our legislation? Auto speaker, next time you go over there with your group and legislation come with the hadith didini laran dilka what ahazan Allah ni kaderon he ka in the federal government his bahazano don hidits at hot khashint eshideya Era shown his but again, what it's a trashy they is clear our legislation from here, our recommendation. We don't know, and I don't know. A can't add a kaibin the other kid. Other shown edible stay no skid. Other narcissists other don't know that house. It's not any no. Next time you go over there, get a copy of it. And take it up there. My concern, so all this legislation, support insinde, but hasn't to go, not so, that the chiro todo, in Handeila, Edea, Korobatis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Delegate Tolf. And colleagues, are there any other questions on amendment number 1? I don't see any colleagues, and we will go to the board for 2 minutes to vote on amendment number 1. Chairman So, Chair Brenda Jesus. And colleagues, that it is a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting on amendment number 1. And then going back to the main motion, do adosha che na iting kid is more pertaining to on the main motion, where do the letters go? So what we've been taking our own initiative from the council, we have been sending the resolutions to our congressional delegations and also the federal agencies that they relate to. And then if any of the committee members are usually visiting Washington, D.C., they do create a booklet or a folder for them that does include all of the resolutions. But this particular resolution will be added as a written position to all of the Department of Interior's consultation, which is due on July 7th. This is where Delegate Dr. Andy Naz will be submitting those comments on behalf of this council. And there were questions raised by several of our committee members for Delegate Dr. Andy Nance, so I'll return the floor back to the sponsor.
Akashi, Shada Ado Ade, Shieto, Shanado, Kodo Shadan Linigi, Hot Abe Hata Sodzi, Do Na de Kirikin Lini, Ekodol E D Nat A, Ya Tse, Kodo, the resolution, the legislation, Ada Tse Ade, Ultra has Anigi, Ado as administrators or school board members, AAO, we the BOS, Department of Education, they were our point of contacts. Ajo, though they worked with their respective tribally controlled schools, Ado Bureau operated schools. Ado, this is the statement is a comprehensive analysis on what the contributions were from schools. Oko Aden, the Bose Badento, Department of Education, although some of our schools, like they submitted comments. Hunters Point Boarding School. They've contributed, they shared their resolutions. The written comments. So that's one thing that we stress to them. Le Navajo prep le kudo shashbi to do a quiet sabahot aro na kit mo yantan le tonane visit a ade the qui hot slatasit oko a d hot sad. The written comments, we presented Auto A if they had recommendations from our school board, school administrators, staff, and others who were present. That's what you see before you. So we did our best to establish those point of contacts and work with as many schools so that we do have a comprehensive voice moving forward. Aro Kuro Shana. I also am too on board. I think we've had numerous different conditions that we constantly confront on a yearly basis, on a monthly basis. Case. Hala aden dan linikido kodo keda hot inigi. There's a lot of different things that we see that are affected, and oftentimes, they're relays back to the BIA. So I'm on board to continue those discussions and how we get creative in the best interest of our people as they receive some of those direct services. Aro to comment. Your comment on the BIE. So I like the idea of a consultation process, being able to also discuss that with my colleagues at the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. There are, one thing that I always say is that, we're pretty distinct, even though we have schools that are geographically separated by at least 20, 30 miles. There are also some variations there that they also need to address. And so those types of things can be taken into consideration in being able to unify. The goal that we had with this written comments was, as we see in a lot of different local educational agencies, it's about creating a unified voice so that our congressional delegation understands, that the U.S. administration understands, and others is carrying a unified message. I think that helps to elevate the needs that we see out in our communities. So, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Endinez. And colleagues, are there any other questions on the main motion? Going twice and going 3 times. We will put 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. Delegate George Toth. We have 45 seconds here left on the board. Time has expired, colleagues, and we do have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Again, thank you, Delegate Dr. Endinez. And colleagues, we are at the end of our agenda, close of meeting. Are there any announcements, colleagues? Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, announcement, and then we'll go to Delegate Dr. Endinez.
Not the announcement. I did also have a directive for this legislation. I'd like to have that read into the record, but I guess it kind of was brought up a little bit about just how do we hear reports back, but this one would be specifically on this. So I do want to make sure that we're following this legislation. So if we could have that read into the record, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, and I'll make the motion for the directive.
There is a motion for a directive from Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, and staff, if you could help us read that directive language into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Directive to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, in coordination with the Department of Diné Education and Naa'bik'iyati School Board Association, Inc., shall report back to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee within 30 days of any tribal consultation or engagement with the Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, or Bureau of Indian Education regarding Executive Order 14210 or any related restructuring initiative. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And colleagues, is there a second on this directive? Second by Delegate Jermaine Simonson. Delegate Unito, is this in queue for the directive or? Okay, the directive. Delegate Unito.
I just want to make an announcement.
We're doing the directive, and then we'll move back to announcements. Colleagues, any questions on the directive? Second call and third call. Colleagues, 2 minutes on the board for the directive. It is a majority vote. We have 50 seconds left here on the board. Delegate George Toth. And colleagues, that is a full vote here from the floor. We do have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Again, thank you, colleagues. And we will go back to announcements. We did have Delegate Dr. Andinez in queue, then we'll go over to Delegate Unito.
Takushi, thank you. So, colleagues, my announcement is first, happy Pride. I recognize and celebrate our LGBTQ plus community, many of which make significant contributions to our Navajo Nation. It is Pride Week as well. And I do want to also mention that the administration in the suicide hotline has removed the option for trans and LGBTQ relatives not to have a say when they're reporting any need when it comes to any suicidal ideation. So certainly there are threats to a lot of different populations that are affecting our own people here. So I just want to be very cautious of that and continue our advocacy on all Diné relatives that are out there, and to do our best to advocate for their friends. And going back to the point of these legislations, you know, these are the things that we take and can assume those on our own as well, to be able to say that the Navajo Nation takes a position on a particular issue and being able to move that stance forward. So colleagues, again, I recognize the beauty of our LGBTQ plus relatives, and I look forward to your vote as we bring the Diné Marriage Act back to summer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Andinez. And just for announcement purposes, Delegate Dr. Andinez was recognized as one of the champions for Navajo Nation Pride. So congratulations, little brother, for that as well. So, and next we do have Delegate Unito for announcements.
Thank you for the floor, and colleague. I just want to make an announcement that I want to thank you for the legislation for appointing Janet Slowman to represent from Utah to Diné College Board of Regents. And she had an announcement to make, and then I just want to make that announcement for her. She has a packet like this in there for you guys to go ahead and pick up, and then she invited all of you to come to Bears Ears celebration for Utah, the Naa'bik'iyati, on Friday, July 25th, 26th, and 27th. There's going to be prayer stories and different kind of program, performance, and runs and walks and horse trail rides and so forth, that kind of celebration with traditional food and so forth, and she just wanted to invite you all to come and participate. This is at the Bears Ears Monuments. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Yanito. And I don't see anyone else for announcements, but I know that many of our subcommittees, standing committees are going through budget meetings. So I know many of will reconvene throughout this week and next week. So just look out for your calendars for any other emergency meetings that will come up later on within these next 2 weeks. And colleagues, before we adjourn, I also wanted to call for a moment of silence coming from some of our families that are recognizing in memory of Sergeant Daryl Fernandez Curley. His end of watch was today in 2011. So if you could help rise with me and have a moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues. And colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue for announcement. Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Chairman So, second by Delegate Yanito. Any objections? I don't see any. We will go 2 minutes on the board, and this is for adjournment. And we have less than 35 seconds on the board, colleagues, for adjournment. Vice Chair Slater, Chair Jesus. And we do have a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And we will adjourn here today at 3:21 p.m. Thank you, colleagues.